Вітаємо всіх учасників сьогоднішнього міжнародного
Greetings,
форуму з питань
everyone,
довкілля.
every participant of the United for Nature Agenda for Ukraine Forum. This is already the second forum in the frames of United for Nature program and United for Justice program. It's an attempt of Ukraine to have some support to hold Russia accountable for committing environmental crimes. So today we'll be talking about the eco side. We have a very sophisticated program. Thank you for coming on time, which is also very important. We'll start with the introductory word with the statements by our speakers. We're waiting for the Prime Minister to join us, and today we'll have representatives of the government, surely the representative of the specialized ministry, as well as our European partners, and the Ministry of Environment of Romania, Bulgaria, and Moldova. Some of our participants will join us online, others offline. We'll have 5 sessions today. Let me briefly mention them. Surely you can read the program on your badges. There's a QR code, so you can scan them and have the program for your more detailed analysis. So 5 sessions, challenges for the environmental reforms as part of the EU, the climate policy and funding of the green transition in Ukraine. The natural resources of Ukraine will also talk about how to earn on waste and how to reduce the CO2 emissions. Plus, they will have 3 presentations from the Ministry of Environmental Protection. The presentation on the reform of the forest sector. Because of the Russian aggression, the Ukrainian forestry is very much affected because Russia is transporting Ukrainian forests to its own territory. Then digitalization. Ukraine is the leading country in terms of digitalization, so it shares its experience in terms of implementing different services for the population. So how to digitalize the environment as well. Maybe that could be something new, but the environment has their own app, so we'll hear about this, and the reform of the state environmental control, which is also very important, particularly in the frames of what to do with our waste, how to sort that, and hopefully most of you are doing this. So if you allow me, I'll provide you with a short memo, because in the frames of our forum, we'll have the information on the topical damages in the field of environment as part of Russia's aggression, and we'll have also the presentations by the Ministry of Environment. So let me introduce the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal, with his introductory word.
Пане прем'єре, шановні учасники, але
Mr. Prime Minister, before we would like to pass your floor to you, we would like to have a moment of silence.
Дякую. Пане прем'єре.
Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, you have the floor. Your Excellencies, dear participants of the forum, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to welcome you at the International Forum United for Nature Agenda for Ukraine. Our common goal is to have justice and fair and reliable and peace, and to make the aggressor pay for all the crimes it has committed, including the crimes against the environment. The 8th step of the peace formula clearly underlines this. It involves the assessment of the damages to the environment, about holding Russia accountable about the renovation and rebuilding of our country. According to the Ministry of Environment, over the full-scale aggression, we've identified over 3.6 thousand of crimes against the environment. We've sustained damages of $2.3 trillion. Our forests are under fire. The biodiversity is being damaged. Because of constant shelling, we have over 750,000 tons of waste. According to the Ministry of Environment, hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of Ukrainian land are contaminated with mines and ammunition. Last year, we've recovered over 200,000 agricultural lands, that over 2,000 square the area of our capital. We'll still have to inspect over 512,000 hectares of land, but we'll have a mine threat for many years to come. We'll still need to work with that. We'll need to clean our territory. It's been 8 months since the destruction of the Kakhovka HPP. It prevented water supply to over 30 irrigation systems of 3 regions of Ukraine. We may be losing 14% of our grain export potential. A lot of people were left without the supply of potable water. We've allocated billions of hryvnias to recover that. We've constructed new water pipelines, but while demining the areas, while registering the crimes, we are calculating the damages in order to make the aggressor pay for those. So the principle of Russia pays is fundamental for us. This principle is used for our environmental strategy development, which was presented during the previous forum, and the declaration calls upon the establishment of international environmental platform in order to assess the damages, which clearly correlates with the initiative of our president on the establishment of a global platform for the assessment of damages that he announced in 2022. Under the peace formula, we have an international working group on the environmental damages of the war. But we also count on global support, not only in the assessment of damages, but also in the issue of receiving the compensation using the Russian seized assets as well. We have some progress in this area. We're expecting some decisions by the EU, United States, and other countries allowing to use Russian resources to support Ukraine. That would be an important precedent, so that any aggressor would know that sooner or later he will pay for the damages it caused. Ukraine is also changing. We are having reforms in the field of environment. Last year, we had the reform of the soil use, and we changed the structure. And in 2023, we had 2 billion hryvnia over that sector, which is very important precedent in the reform of the sector in the field of forestry, thanks to the changes. The last year was also record-breaking in terms of the incomes. We've received 3 billion hryvnia out of that, so this is a very important reform. In 2024, we're planning to have more effective environmental policies. This is one of the prerequisites for rebuilding Ukraine based on green standards. Ukraine will definitely win, will deoccupy all the occupied territories, and recovery of our environment will ensure a best future for the next generations. I thank you for your attention, and I wish all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to have a fruitful work. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. We thank the Prime Minister for the introductory word. That was the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal. He has a very intensive agenda for today, therefore he won't be able to stay with us during all the event, but we are grateful for initiating this forum And we are expecting a number of other video statements. We'll have an introductory words for around 30 minutes. We'll have a video recording by the head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, Andriy Yermak. Fellow colleagues, I'm very happy to welcome you at the United for Nature Agenda for Ukraine Forum, which is a logical continuation of the international conference United for Justice, United for Nature. Last year, in October, we had over 500 participants of that conference. And during that conference, we, together with our partners, discussed the scale of Russia's war for the environment, as well as lessons learned over the past 20 years and the mechanisms for full accountability for the damages inflicted upon the environment over the period of the war. We've focused on the global consequences of Russia's war for the whole world, and we called upon the participants to consider the armed aggression against Ukraine and its impact on the environment in the global perspective. And today, we continue our environmental track. Allow me to once again mention that because of the war in Ukraine, we can see unprecedented destruction and contamination of the environment. Russian missiles and mines are contaminating our soils and water with chemical compounds and the damages of raination. We are losing our unique landscapes, our animals and plants. All of that causes a threat for life and health of people. Today we're talking about 3,600 cases of damaging environment as the result of the war. Only in January, we've calculated that the combat operations has caused over 8 billion hryvnia damages to Ukraine. Over 2 years, we're talking about 3 trillion hryvnia. This is a reminder of how the war impacts the environment and the lives of the people. This is a challenge for all of us. Now, in order to get united and reduce the negative impact of the war on the environment, and in order to restore our environment, we don't have a time to spare. Our purpose is to have a fair and comprehensive peace. Therefore, the 8th point of the Ukrainian peace formula, which deals with the protection of the environment, is so important. Its implementation requires a joint vision and collective efforts. The purpose of the 8th point is not only to hold Russia accountable and to restore the Ukraine's environment, to ensure the green reconstruction or the use of the principles of the humanitarian green demining, but also to create universal mechanisms to prevent future wars. The work on the establishment of such a mechanism will be done at 2 levels, at a level of politics and experts. In order to resolve those challenges, we would need innovational and effective approaches, joint rebuilding and recovery programs, technological solutions for clearing and cleansing the soils and water reserves. We need efforts to protect the biodiversity. All of this has to be a part of the comprehensive approach to the resolution of the environmental problems caused by the war. We continue to fight for the environment of our planet and the well-being of the next generations. In 2023, at the International Conference United for Justice, United for Nature, we've presented the Environmental Declaration, and it was mentioned at the key environmental protection platforms around the world. It's supported by Australia, Bulgaria, Estonia, Lithuania, Moldova, New Zealand, Romania, Czech Republic, Sweden. Ukraine continues to draw support around this document, which is calling for the establishment of international platforms, and any countries or international organizations may be joining it, can be mentioned by other politicians and experts. The establishment of a global platform to assess the damages are the steps towards the establishment of universal methodology for the assessment of environmental damages and the introduction of the term ecocide in the international law. Another important aspect is the engagement of a maximum number of international platforms to those initiatives. The global challenges require global solutions, and common efforts of multiple countries are the key prerequisite for the successful implementation of such initiatives. This was mentioned in Davos during the fourth meeting of the National Security Advisors on Peace Formula. We continued our work on the action plan, which is based on the Ukrainian peace formula. The Davos has become a platform for the discussion of the next 5 points, including point 8 on the environmental safety. In this work, we cooperate with Germany, Bulgaria, and Finland, and also a number of other countries like Austria, Brazil, Portugal, Canada, Croatia, France, Sweden, Japan, EU, and UN have joined in this work as well. But the number of participants continue to grow. In Davos, the Montenegro, Moldova, Malta, and Australia have announced that they will be joining the working group on this step as well. We're planning to have the meeting or the working group on every of the steps of the peace formula. So, together with you, our partners, we will reach our objective, that is to hold those accountable for committing the crimes against the nature. I thank you for your attention, and glory to Ukraine. We are grateful to Andriy Yermak, head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, for his introductory remarks. And then we will hear the statement from our EU plot for EU colleagues. We'll have a word by Virginius Sinkevičius.
Ladies and gentlemen, excellent. It is a great pleasure to open this international forum. I would like to start with warm congratulations to all Ukrainians present. Last month saw the historic decision from the European Council to open accession negotiations. That is a remarkable achievement. Despite Russia's war of aggression, Ukraine is still managing to harness the core of the Green Deal, which is fundamental for a sustainable future. You have done that in record time. That's due to the tireless commitment of Ukrainian lawmakers, government, and civil society, and businesses as well. This resilient, more innovative Ukrainian economy deserves a place inside the European Union. However, this is only the start of the process, and much work still lays ahead. There is no time to lose. That's why we held the first introductory meeting last month to kickstart the process of negotiations. We begin with what we call screening. That's a close look at the EU acquis, with in-depth exchanges between EU and Ukrainian experts. And in parallel to that, Ukraine must take stock of where it stands with regards to this acquis. And that's why today's forum is particularly timely. We will be addressing the current and future efforts of Ukraine to ensure a transformation of its policy framework for greater sustainability. This transformation is the heart of the European Green Deal. For Ukraine, it means looking forward to a brighter future of durable prosperity, greater resource autonomy, and higher quality of life. It's not just about the green, it's about everyday life. It's about modernizing infrastructure for water and waste. It's about ensuring industrial plants don't pollute their surroundings. It's about upholding environmental rule of law, for instance, with environmental impact assessments. About developing economic activities that are resource efficient and which avoid excessive dependence on external providers. And of course, it's also indispensable to attract foreign investments in the long run. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, thank you all for your presence and engagement today. Today's agenda is dense, but I'm sure it will mark an important step in Ukraine's path towards EU integration. Best wishes for the forum today.
Так, дякуємо Віргінісу Сінкевичу, великому другу України, який просуває українське питання і підтримує
Virginijus
нас.
Sinkevičius for his good words, for his strong support of Ukraine, for his effort to safeguard the environment in the EU. And I'd like to remind you that in just 15 minutes we're going to have the first panel discussion to discuss the challenges Ukraine has been facing, also within the realm of the upcoming negotiations on accession to the Ukraine, in the scope of the Green Cluster. In a matter of minutes, we are going to hear from Ruslan Strelets, Minister of Environment, Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine, with his take of Ukraine's progress in the past year and plans of the country towards further Euro integration. Thank you everyone, dear guests, dear Prime Minister of Ukraine, dear Head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, dear ministers, dear international guests. I can tell you that this forum is truly international because today in this room we have good friends of Ukraine who have been supporting us all the time. Let me mention my friends, Minister of Environment of Moldova, Minister of Environment of Romania, former Minister of Environment of Brazil. We also have with us online the Bulgarian Minister of Environment. Bulgaria is one of the countries supporting close aids of the Ukrainian peace formula, together with German and Finnish partners. This forum is a real continuation of the October Forum, United for Justice, United for Nature, which is an umbrella name, and we intend to make this forum a sectoral one and make it as a framework for further discussion of matters of importance for Ukraine and for Europe and the whole of the world. In 2023, we were appraised by the European Commission, and we were able to prove our ability to successfully implement environmental reforms, even despite the war in Ukraine. And we plan to continue with it this year. Based on the report from the EU, we are encouraged to do that. Our team has charted new vectors towards new reforms. Last year, during the conference, we announced a climate office together with German partners. At COP28, we presented our view of environmental policies to the whole world. And 2024 is definitely the year of the start of climate dialogue for Ukraine. Its integration in the climate-related agenda is not just about European integration. It is also about making Ukraine fit for CBAM borders. Last year, Ukraine got the status of observer in Sevilla process. Now we are moving further towards the best available technologies. And we have to make some decisive steps to further join CBAM this year, 2024. Even despite the war, together with the Parliament and peace, we've been able to approve relevant legislation, providing new opportunities for test running of ETS market, to have a better understanding how ETS will work in Ukraine. We intend to pilot a national ETS system. This year, the monitoring and reporting and verification system for greenhouse gas emissions will kickstart in Ukraine. We are finalizing digitization of the system, and we are working on reporting requirements for installation operators. President Zelensky said about businesses having to comply with their own commitments. They're part of the exercise. paying taxes, working diligently, abstaining from working with Russia. We, from our part, have to facilitate this transition of Ukrainian businesses to higher international and European standards. We have to make it more sustainable, more reliable. We have to capitalize on our successes of our cooperation with Japan and Switzerland within the meaning of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. We will work on attraction of green investments for the rebuilding of the country. Environment protection, protection of nature, is what President of Ukraine, Zelensky, has offered to the world under Clause 8 of its peace formula. And this will become the key objective for reforms of the Ukrainian Environment Inspectorate. In a matter of days, we will pass the second year mark of this fight for freedom. And we are doing what no one, I think, has done so far. We are calculating the losses sustained by Ukraine because of the war. It has become a litmus paper of our capacity to provide decent and reliable environmental control. And to have this control work properly, we are to deeply reform the system. We will switch from the on-site individual inspections to a wholesome nationwide system, from the system of waiting for someone to complain towards the system of daily monitoring of potential impact. 2023 was extremely hard for the water system of Ukraine. Ukraine did sustain the biggest environmental catastrophe since the Second World War. The loss of water because of destruction of Kakhovka Reservoir equals to the loss of water supply, 1.5 years worth of water supply for the whole of the country. Because of that, preservation, restoration of water bodies is of primary importance, and in conditions of the war and the war budget, we still have to ensure accessibility of water resources for every Ukrainian national. The national program Water of Ukraine is about instituting transparent business conditions for businesses, providing people with affordable, high-quality water. Last year, we kick-started the reform of subsoil reserves, and we want to continue the reform this year by introducing a one-stop-shop system, much in the vein they have it in the EU. The state has to better assess the environmental impacts of such activities before they even start, and for that reason, we need to start dialogue at the national level, also among extracting industry, within the meaning of our decarbonization efforts. Prime Minister Shmyhal already spoke about the results. A range of digital products already are operational, like certificates for woods and related. 5,000 certificates for logged wood have been issued, more than 10,000 tickets to allow controlled logging have been issued. These are some of the instruments that contribute to successfully ending this forestry reform. We want to ensure that wood processing is done in Ukraine according to European standards, bringing new jobs and making it in a responsible way. In 2023, profits obtained by our national reserve parks grew sevenfold. And this is the result of just operational interventions. We need to stop the discussion around that and finally adopt legislation to allow proper modern-day management of these reserves. By the end of 2024, 10 years in the making. Mezhigorje will open its doors as finally a public institution, as an arboretum and natural reserve of national importance. The area that somewhat had tried to steal from the Ukrainians will finally be returned to the whole of the nation, and this mention of the president that fled the country will be restored for the benefit of everyone. I'm very much sure that this year will finalize the process. 2024 will become the year when reforms towards European integration will continue, also in terms of modern approaches in environment protection. I'd like to thank all the partners for their involvement, for their contribution. I'd like to thank everyone, not just those in the room. Glory to Ukraine. We thank Minister of Environment Ruslan Strelets. We will have more of him during the first panel discussion. And the final welcome word today will be from Margot Wallström, ex-Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden. The matter of cooperation with European partners is of great importance, and it will be in the limelight of the first panel discussion. You know why the Ukrainian environment is of importance for the European Union? Because, well, we belong to Europe, and 16% of our territory is made of woods. You can check the map to see the scope of damage inflicted on Ukraine and its environment by war. From my understanding, Margot is already online. Again, former Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Okay, thank you very much for inviting me, Excellencies, dear friends in Ukraine and friends from Romania, Bulgaria and Moldova as well. Thank you for giving me a few minutes. And I wanted to use those minutes to tell you about the international high-level working group that I have had the honor and pleasure of co-chairing together with Andriy Yermak. And with members from the Ukrainian government, but also international members. And I see one of them in the audience there, and that is former Environment Minister from Brazil, Isabella Teixeira. And thank you very much for giving us this task. And it has been a formidable task for us in this working group, because we had three things to do: to assess the situation when it comes to environmental damage from the war. The second was to look at accountability. How do we make Russia pay for their crimes against Ukraine? And thirdly, how to give advice on how to rebuild Ukraine and do reconstruction in Ukraine. And of course, as you already know, all of you in the audience, this is about oil and soil, it's about foods and woods, it's about dams and dolphins, water and waste, air and care. I want to just give you an idea of what will occur in this report, and we will finish very soon, and hopefully in a short time we will be able to hand it over to your president. So you are the first ones to hear this, what will be also in our report. And of course, I will be very short, but I will say that you can find three kind of thematic ideas here. The first is the role of nature that we describe, because Ukraine's environment is a global asset. And we recognize their value the natural environments of Ukraine, their value to the global food supply and global biodiversity. And that's the first thing everybody has to understand. And also that there is a central role of Ukraine's natural splendor for the future of Ukraine, for the country's future. So this we will underscore in our report. The second theme is really Ukraine as a pioneer. And you are pioneering environmental accountability in conflict in 4 different ways. The leadership, because just to mention this as one of the points in the 10-point peace formula from your president is per se a very, very important sign of leadership. Has, I don't think, ever happened before, that somebody, a leader, has mentioned that as a central part of how to rebuild the country or deal with the effects of war. So I think that this leadership may change how environmental damage is viewed in conflicts all over the world. And the second way that you are pioneering is that you insist on justice for environmental crimes as a global concern. The need for criminal prosecutions and reparations from responsible parties. And the Prosecutor General has been done a great work in making sure that this is being done. And that means also the importance of robust systems for collecting evidence and develop methodologies for assessing environmental damages. So the third point really in the way you are a pioneer is that you will be setting global standards for reconstruction. So I think that this is an opportunity for Ukraine to lead in green reconstruction and to find also these systems of collecting evidence and making sure that there are standards, international standards in the future for measuring environmental damage. And the third headline for us in this compact is Ukraine as a partner. And of course, Ukraine's EU accession process, as you've already heard about, is a crucial chance to integrate significant environmental safeguards. And I also want to commend the work that your environment minister is doing, speeding up the processes, making sure that the acquis communautaire on the environment is also introduced in your legislation. So that will make it incredibly important, as well as institutional reforms. You are also a partner in global collaboration for recovery. And we underscore the necessity of international cooperation, of course, including the EU and global partners for the effective environmental recovery in Ukraine. And of course, the rest of the world has to continue supporting you in your war efforts and the need to defend your country, but also making sure that you do everything for reconstruction planning and implementation. We are also highlighting financial needs on a global scale. The rest of the world will also have to support with finances and logistical requirements for Ukraine's environmental reconstruction. So this is something that we will continue to work with other countries on. And the two last things, I would say that you are also pointing to strategic environmental planning as a global imperative as well. So the long-term strategic approach to environmental recovery in Ukraine will serve as a template for other nations facing similar challenges. So the way you do it will, I hope, inspire and be a model for other countries in the world. And finally, also public engagement. And I want to underscore this, that you have to be deliberately inclusive in everything you do, to make sure that all Ukrainians feel that this is for them. It's not only for trees and flowers and water quality, but it is for the people of Ukraine. And to make peace, you have to make peace with nature as well. So I will finish with that and say that it has been a fantastic task, a fantastic experience to work with all of you in different roles, united for Ukraine, united for nature. So Slava Ukraini.
Margot, thank you very much for your warm words and for your greetings to our audience. Це була Маргота Вольстром, екс-віце-прем'єрка.
That was Margot Wallström, the former Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden. So that's a good start for our forum. We are within the agenda, so let us keep moving as we prepare for the first panel session. That's an important moment. This is where we're going to discuss what Ukraine would need to do on its European path. So let's make a summary of what we've heard of the first 40 minutes. The Russian Federation, over these 2 years of the full-scale war, has committed over 3,400 of crimes and causing over 2.3 trillion hryvnia damages to Ukraine. And despite Russia continues shelling, continues using missiles, Ukraine still demined the territory which is equal to 2 cities of Kiev, which is an enormous area, but we'll need to speed up this process because this is a challenge for many years, and the state as well as the parliaments are trying to solve this. The environmental platform for damage assessment is also very important. We'll also discuss that as part of our forum, and the plans for 2024 means more effective environmental policy. Let's hear about its alignment with the Ukraine Euro integration path, which is also very important. And talking, by the way, about the EU, let me give you a few more interesting facts. 35% of Ukraine's biodiversity. Well, Ukraine's biodiversity is like 35% of Europeans' biodiversity. 29% of Ukraine's territory is composed of natural vegetation. We have Ukraine's plans to increase the area of forests. We have Dnipro, which is 4th river by the length in Europe. Hopefully, it will be the 4th in length in the European Union. Hopefully, you understand what I mean by saying this. Maybe it would be interesting for you to know that while staying here in Kiev, well, the capital city of Ukraine is participating in the migration of birds. I mean, what's the connection? But if we have representatives from the left bank of the city, well, the Eco Park Osokorki, which is a reserve area, this is used by the birds who are migrating from east to south, which is very important. Okay, I believe almost all of the participants of our first panel have gathered today, so Alexei Rabchin will be moderating the first panel. So we're up to the agenda, and your task is also to keep within the timing. The more active we'll have a conversation at the panel, then the more active will be the horizontal communication. So you have the floor. So, thank you, dear colleagues.
We will switch to English. This is, I guess, the only panel that we will have in English, so please use your headphone, like if you need. And like honestly, Sam, I'm really proud of moderating 4 Minister of Environment in one panel. So this is really great for me. It was already mentioned that we have Ruslan Strelets, Yulian Popov, who is the Minister of Environment and Water Resources of Bulgaria, who will be with us, I guess, on the screen. We have Mircea Fichet here with us, so the Minister of Environment, Water Resources and the Forests, like in Romania. Thank you for being with us, and Yardanica Rodica Yardanov, Minister from Moldova. Thank you for being here. And Ruslan, thank you. Like, honestly, I'm seeing the environmental ministers in Kyiv as often as the ministers of foreign affairs and defense ministers, like really. And like for a country in war, I guess it's a great and tremendous result. And honestly, a really big signal from the European Union about the priorities of a post-war recovery. So this is like, we need to be able to read these signals. And I guess it won't be a hard panel for my panelists, because for the Ukrainian and Moldovan colleagues, it's an opportunity to tell about those tremendous efforts that they did last year and their plans on this year on EU integration. And for our colleagues from the European Union, it's an opportunity to share an experience of 50 years ago, how you integrated to Europe. This is our dream and aspiration, with the focus, I guess, on the last 5 years of a Green Deal. Because the Green Deal implementation is something that you won't read in the articles, and you need to hear about this experience. So please, your best experience and more pressures, like what we shouldn't do, like to avoid some of mistakes. So I guess we will start from Ruslan, and like to kick this scene. You already mentioned, and it was well known, that Ukraine received +1 mark in EU integration framework assessment. So we had 1 out of 5 last year, but like your team was able to do it like 2 out of 5, which is during the war like a really great result. Could you please tell us about your plan on this year, how we will progress in environmental and climate legislation?
Thank you, Alexei. First of all, dear distinguished guests, dear ministers, Mircea, Yulian, Rodica, for 2 years, our country has been going through the full-scale armed aggression of the Russian Federation. But even despite the destruction and losses, we never forget about our aspiration to become a full member of European Union. We feel part of the European family, share common values, and work toward the greener, innovative, and resilient Europe. First of all, I'd like to say that one of the most important issues for us, as one of the challenges, was self-screening. We thought how to make the cross-sectoral coordination of all our issues, all our reforms and others. We aim to integrate as quickly as possible, even managing to hack the EU integration process by organizing a self-screening last year. Even through it, it is not an official requirement. I know our Moldovan friends did the same. This allowed us to carry out systematic work on adopting all EU legislation. I bet my deputies and colleagues from the ministry grumbled on me for pushing hard on this self-screening, which was an additional obligation for them. It was really a really difficult challenge, but I really appreciate all NGOs, all our friends, all experts who was with us, who support us in this not easy but very important challenge. According to the results of the self-screening, it became clear that our green chapter is among the 5 largest of terms of the number of EU legal acts to be implemented. It includes almost 200 directives and regulations. And I don't see a problem to implementing the environmental EU keys where the ministry is leading the process. We have great support from the parliamentary committee, including the head of committee, Oleg Bondarenko, and the members of our committee, and we will need to make great job in nearest future. I'll say some words about Ukraine facility. Ukraine facility is a very important instrument. Tomorrow, we are waiting an important vote in the EU Council, the adoption of the Ukraine facility. Ukraine facility is 50 billions 4-year plan allocated for reforms. The lion's share of this 50 billion plan will go toward budgetary support, pensions, teachers' salaries, and recovery. It's not a pre-accession plan and not our EU integration map. It's about several important reforms that we agreed upon together with the EU Commission to convey EU taxpayers that Ukraine is serious about its green commitment. The first reform is prevention, reduction, and control of industrial pollution. We will implement 75th European Directive on industrial emission and promise to adopt the law this year. We promised to adopt the law, dear members of parliament, this year. I hope that we will have this law because it's really important for Ukraine and for Ukrainian European integration process. The second reform is a climate policy. We are committed to implementing the Ukrainian climate law, which should create a framework of the international climate policy. In 2025, our next nationally determined contribution, NDC of Ukraine, will be more ambitious than the current one. Reform 3, it's market mechanism of carbon pricing. Adoption of the action plan of the establishment of the national greenhouse gas emission trading system by 2025, resumption of the compulsory MRV system by 2025. The fourth, restoration and conservation of natural reserves. Entry into force of the legislation on reduction, deforestation, and forest degradation by 2026. And the last but not least, increased circular economy. Together with Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, we will work on the adoption of the strategy of implementing the principle of a circular economy and the action plan in 2025. Adoption of the National Waste Management Plan until 2033 in 2024. So we are waiting for the decision in Brussels to finalize the list and vote it in Kabmin. I'd like to thank all the stakeholders who provide their comments and feedback to this plan for future adoption. This is very briefly. I will give the floor to my colleagues and to you. I hope that it's absolutely understandable our speed and understandable that we need to do our best and we want to do our best. We want to implement everything because in my opinion, European integration and all this reform, it's not just the papers, it's not just the laws and secondary legislation. European integration is a new rules and condition which all Ukrainians will feel, not only understand, will feel in future when they come to the streets, when they come to their friends and come to their kids, because all what we do, it's for integrate European principles and rules for our everyday life. Thank you.
Dear Ruslan, thank you for your intervention and also for being precisely at time. And we have a very, very angry presenter who said that he will punish me if we will not stick on time. So thank you for helping me to keep the moderation. Dear Mircea, like the floor is yours, and I will tell you a secret. So, like Ukrainian government tasked, the ministries and the Euro integration team to study on all the last time accession countries' experience on EU integration. So there are people here who will be literally writing what you are saying, and maybe you can share some secret for them to make their life easier. Like how successfully to integrate your country to European Union, like with what we already understand, one of the most hardest acquis. Please.
Okay. Your Excellencies, dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen, First, let me express my gratitude for the invitation to come here to this event. I can honestly say that I participated to 100% of the United for Nature events because I had the chance and the opportunity to be here in Kiev in October last year. And this happened because as well as it happened in my first week in the office, when one of the first environmental ministers I called was Minister Strilets, because as I discussed to my colleagues, the close relations that we need to have with Ukraine and with all the countries around Romania are really important, and they were important back then, and they are really important today. I will not start without condemning in the strongest term the Russians' aggression here in Ukraine, and also expressing the full support for the Ukrainian population. I would also say, even though I know I have little time and so many things to address, that Romania is deeply engaged in all the international efforts to make Russia accountable for the things that it's doing. If we talk about the environmental declaration that we talked about at COP28, if we talk about the Council decision for sanctioning Russia, I think that the most important thing that happened in the past is that we open the negotiation for Ukraine and for the Republic of Moldova to join the EU. And the reason I'm saying this is that looking at the things that happened in Romania after the revolution, I can say that the most important thing that happened to Romania is joining the EU. Not only for the European policies that we adopted, but also for the strong financial support. Because I'm not only a minister, I'm also a member of the parliament, and every time I go back home or I visit a village in Bacău County, it's where I come from, I see always this big sign that says that this school, this hospital, this building is being made or is being built by European money. And when you have access to resources, it's way, way easier to talk about climate change, and we talk about solving the planet's problem. So, just to give you some numbers, Romania will benefit more than 80 billion euros in the next financial framework. This means that we will finance the common agriculture policy, the structural funds. These are money also from the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, but it's a lot of money, and all those money will be translated in a better life for our citizens. The Social Climate Fund, another 6 billion euro, the Just Transition Fund, another 2.5 million euros, way more money that we ever imagined. And I'm saying that I'm sure that after some time, Ukraine will say the same thing, that joining the EU was the most important thing that's happening. Of course, that when we talk about European accession, one of the most challenging subjects that we need to address is the environmental chapter, because there is so much legislation, there is so much work to be done, and there are so much money to spend. If we talk about waste management, if we talk about used water, if we talk about greenhouse gas emissions or any kind of discussions. We talk about access to money, and this is why the first thing that I would say that I could advise you is to use wisely the pre-accession money, the pre-accession funds, because you need to close as many environmental problems as possible. In Romania, by example, we had so many problems from the former communist industry, and today we still haven't been able to resolve all those problems. I would also say that you will negotiate carefully the transition plans, because it's so easy to say we'll do this in 5 years, we'll do that in 10 years, but when it goes to finding the resources and when it goes to finding the companies to work, even if you have the money, sometimes it's quite hard to do it. So I'm hoping that you will negotiate really carefully, and also to take into consideration the national and the local specification of your country. Because sometimes you can say that you'll just translate into Ukrainian all the European legislation. You take the directives, you take all the hundreds of legislative pieces and just apply them into Ukraine. But we found out that the same legislation is being differently understood and it's being differently applied in Romania than it is in Germany and in Spain, because you have two totally different contexts, you have two totally different ways of understanding what we should do. And I care a lot about about the environmental adaptation of the legislation. I would also like to address that you will also have to fight a lot of fake news. The people who are opposing joining European Union, and there are so many opponents in every country, they will say that the European Union, they want to shut down your traditions, they want to shut down all the national good things that are happening, which is, it's completely wrong. It's fake news, but you'll have to fight it. You have to speak loud, and you have to have a good communication with the people, explaining them that when we talk about European Union, we talk about a better environment for everybody, we talk about a cleaner air, we talk about a better way to manage our resources and better legislation. I would also tell you that you will use all the reconstruction facilities and all the financial support that you'll get to rebuild Ukraine using environmentally friendly technologies. When designing the buildings, when choosing the materials you will use, there's this great opportunity now to use the best and the most ecological technologies that would not only mean lower cost for operating, but also a better life for the people. I would also tell you to watch very carefully the places that are really valuable for biodiversity, because Ukraine, as well as Romania, has one of the Europe's oldest forests. They have one of the Europe's most wonderful biodiversity complex places. So when you will design and when you'll rebuild everything that needs to rebuild, please take into account these areas, because we made the mistake, because we were in such a hurry and we designated those areas from our offices in Bucharest. And the mayors today, they are still calling us, and they're saying that they have a natural protected area in the middle of their city. How can this possible? Because this is what happens when you do the job that you need to do on the ground, that when you do it from your Bucharest office. I would also tell you that there will be such a competition for land. If we talk about agriculture, if we talk about renewable energy, if we talk about protected areas, there will be a competition for land, and the land use should be well integrated and really well planned to avoid any kind of conflict between the government, the local communities, the NGOs, and the population. And also, another thing that I'd like to address is the way you talk to the public, the way you choose to talk to the people, to communicate with them, because there's such a high interest in all the environmental themes, not only for the young generation, but especially for them. If you talk about nature, if you talk about air pollution, if you talk about waste management, if you talk about the forest management, if you talk about climate change and biodiversity, it's on every people's agenda, and it will be even more. So I think it's really important how you talk to them. It's really important how you open the public access to any kind of environmental info. So in conclusion, I'd say that you are not only fighting for your integrity and for your independence and for your sovereignty. Now you have this added effort to align to the EU legislation, which it's not easy, but it will definitely be in the benefit of the Ukrainian people and in the benefit of the European Union people. So again, we will stand by you as long as it takes, not only as a political message that I am addressing here, and I know how important it is to be physically present, to shake hands, and to look into the people's eyes. But I'd like to tell you in the name of the Romanian government that if we need to talk about reforming institutions or changing legislation or training the people with our colleagues that went through this process, we are by your side as long as it takes, and of course that we understand completely that you are not only defending your citizens, but you're defending the values that we all stand for democracy and human rights and freedom. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I saw a lot of people making notes. I also did my notes.
I can just hand them.
Please. It will help us here definitely for fighting fake news and many others. Yeah, and let's shift to our Bulgarian colleague. Let's put him on the screen. Yeah, Julian. We see you. We see you. Happy to have you with us, and happy to see you. We met each other in Dubai at COP and had a really great and productive discussion. So, I bet you have lots of things to add to your Romanian colleague about the experience, about the messages of support that you are able to share, and about the bilateral cooperation you have with Ukraine. Please, the floor is yours. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. And first of all, apologies that I can't be with you. I wanted very much to come to Kiev, but there is a clash of commitments, and the Greek Minister of Environment is here waiting downstairs for me, and he is sending you greetings to all and supporting our mission. So thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor for me to be again part of the discussions and debates of the environmental protection of Ukraine. As Mircea said, this is not just a fight for Ukrainian nature. This is fight for European integrity, for integrity and well-being of European people and European nature. We're honored to be also involved as co-leaders together with our Finnish and German colleagues in the Peace Formula 8-point of environment security. And I see part of this work that we are trying to do is engaging the international community into the environmental cause of Ukraine. I have to say that, I mean, Bulgarian accession to the European Union and Romanian as well has been a difficult road. We were lucky that there was a political decision somehow to go forward. I think there is this momentum for Ukraine, and that's very good. At the same time, it is a difficult road. And I'm very glad that the United for Nature, United for Justice agenda is so strong, because the environmental agenda is actually exceptionally important for the European Union. And it is an agenda that all European countries, not only newcomers, find difficult. It is not a coincidence that probably the largest number of national infringement procedures are in the field of environment. And it's not just Bulgaria. There are countries with more kind of infringement procedures and difficulties meeting environmental targets across the European Union. So this puts Ukraine in a very special situation, because really Ukraine not only in incredibly difficult situation of the Russian invasion is focusing so strongly on its natural environment, but it is showing how environment has to have a very kind of a strong priority in the political agenda. And I would say that Ukraine is doing everything possible in that direction. And I would encourage the Ukrainian government to continue this this line. And of course, we are here to help, not just directly and bilaterally, but bringing together the European international community and highlighting the exceptional effort and also clarity of environmental targets. In our accession, of course, probably the most kind of difficult things have been rule of law. I mean, we continue to have problems with the European Union in that direction, but it's a very, very important area. In our government finally managed to make some major steps in fixing some constitutional changes, some rules related to prosecution and so on. And the second thing is transparency. I have to say that with modern technologies and with the incredible focus on IT technologies in Ukraine, Ukraine not only is approaching the European standards, but I think in some cases is going much, much beyond European standards. And one of the things in terms of transparency and clarity of data is one of my favorite and so very sad, but huge achievement of Ukraine of costing the environmental damage in an ongoing way, but also with a massive public participation. I mean, this is the Ikuza Groza application and post-service. We are also very much focused naturally on the future of the Black Sea, and I think we have to work together with Ukraine on the future of the Black Sea, a sea which is very often ignored, but it's very, very interesting, very important, with huge risks for the environment, but also with huge future, both in terms of biodiversity, security, and economy. So there is a lot of work ahead of us, and I'm grateful that we have the opportunity to do that together with such fantastic community, and now I could also say close friends. So again, apologies that I can't be in person there, and my heart is with you and the future of the Ukrainian victory, which I firmly believe in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Minister, for raising such an important topic, and like all the important common topics, you know, Black Sea and many others. It's really vital for us, and unfortunately we don't have time to touch upon everything. So maybe third conference when it may be a bit warmer here in Ukraine. Yeah, like let's gather. You will have an opportunity definitely to come. And like going to our Moldovan colleagues, like first of all, I bet that everybody is really appreciated that like we are walking this European integration pathway together. So we are not alone, and we are sharing a lot of experience. But I bet that not a lot of people understand the importance of us synchronizing our policies and action in order, you know, for the successful assessment by the European Commission, because like we are in the same boat, and we will be assessed, you know, with the same criteria. So I would really encourage people to listen carefully, which our like Moldovan colleague will tell, because this is the same pathway that will be going together. Please, what messages you brought for us?
Thanks a lot first of all for inviting us to participate in this meeting, and it's a great honor to be here second time, because I also participated last autumn in the same event, and we had the opportunity to discuss at that moment the necessity of recognizing the ecocide as an international crime, and how the loss and damages or the war on the environment could be calculated and should be calculated. Also, at that moment, we discussed about the recovery of Ukraine, and I am pledged to that the recovery should be green. Green, because first of all, this will be more sustainable recovery, and the green recovery means the ensuring the human rights to clean air, water, and soil, not only for current generation, but also for the future generation, as Mircea mentioned. So this is indeed as an important event, and it's also a very important intention which Ukraine showed to all the Europeans and neighbors countries. So indeed, it's very useful for us to participate in this exercise of being part of the European Union together with Ukraine, and had the strong partners as Romania and Bulgaria. Not only because we are neighbors, not only because we had the common topic as Black Sea, which was mentioned a little bit above, but also because we have same technical, industrial history. So you should understand that it's not easy for us to transpose all the European directives and all the European recommendations, keeping or having still Soviet system of industry. This is quite crucial for us to understand the mistakes, the steps, and the way how other countries implemented this, and not to repeat because we don't have the luxury of time. And additional to our historical in the industry, we also have the consequences of the war. And we need to understand that we, Moldova, and I'm quite sure that also Romania, we feel these consequences. And we need also to work together on evaluating the damages because we are sharing the common ecosystems. We need to understand how to evaluate all the damages. We need to understand together and to act together how to recover all the ecosystem. But the most important is how to share the data, because this is very important to take the correct decisions. And the decisions should be based not only on the current situation, but also on the scientific data and also to find the best alternatives. And in this regard, it's very important to have correct the environmental impact assessment. And we have already experience with colleagues from Romania, from Ukraine, on how to implement the environmental impact assessment, how to share the information, how to decide on alternatives, and to take the best decisions. This is a nice examples, and these are examples which we need to promote to the people and also to explain to the people why it is necessary to work together. Indeed, the transposition of 800 directives on environmental issue for the next 5 years, it's a huge amount. And here we need to have the political support and strong political support. But additional to the political support, we need to understand that the implementation of all the transposition directive is also crucial. And almost all of you understand that the local authorities, mayors, local business and central business is a crucial partner in all this process. And additional to the paperwork which we are doing in our agencies, ministries, we also need to work with the people. And I totally agree with Mircea. We need correctly to pass the information. We need correctly to discuss with the people. We need to have all the authorities, our alliance. But more than this, we need to explain them that the environment is not an additional task for them. Environment is a cross-cutting activities. This should go together with the restoration or rebuilding or the schools, kindergartens, roads, modernizing the business, and all activities should be done through the environmental standards, should be done through the environmental criteria, and it's in this regard, it's very important to have the taxonomy, because as conditions for loans offered to the business and all the environmental criteria should be established from the beginning in the conditions for the offering such kind of loans. And more than this, also to reorganize, to rethink to all the business activities. And it will be more easy. And it's very important for us to have this communication with our neighbors, because first of all, we are taking lessons. Second, with Ukrainians, and here I would like also to bring with a big gratitude for the fact that we had this dialogue. For us, it indeed is very easy to communicate, to share our experience, and also to discuss our regional approach. For example, the climate change. It is a very big and indeed very important topic which we need to discuss. But additional to the fact that we're discussing about how to diminish and how to apply all the measures for adaptation or for mitigation, but we need to also to act concretely. For example, the ETS. How we will solve the issue of ETS? Do we plan to go with at the regional level, or each country will have the separate ETS? This is a topic which we need to discuss together. This is a topic which we need to take a lot of criteria in consideration, and we need to come with the clear decision of the countries and to present this decision to the European Union. And this is one of the issues which we need to correctly negotiate. And here we need to have all our partners clear understanding what we will do, how we will do. So we have a lot of topics for discussion. For example, Ukrainian already succeed to reorganize the forest agency and infrastructure. We only will start in this year to reorganize the forest service. And this is a really huge issues for discussing, because all of us understanding that we need to take all the process of cutting woods from the state activity. State should only be the authority which will monitor, will control, but will not do the technical work. And here we need to understand how to reorganize the system, how to keep the activities ongoing, because this is a business issue, but in the same time, how to protect the forest and how to keep the forest, to help the forest to be more quickly and more sustainable development. Also regarding the reform, it's very important to have strong, transparent institutions, because all the directives, all the legislation should be implemented by authorities, by agencies. And the agencies should understand very well how to do this, how correctly to do, how to speed the process. And the reform is important, and indeed in the both reports from the commissions, the reform of environmental institutions is underlined as a crucial element. And we need to understand how correctly to work on this reform, because the colleagues from the agencies, they will cooperate, and they should have the same understanding of the process. So indeed, it's very important to continue our dialogue. It's very important to understand how to do the transposition, how to do the screening, because Ukraine already succeeded to done the first step on the screening. We only starting to do the deep screening on all the directives, and we realize that we need strong capacity. We need to understand how to do this, and here the partners, the colleagues, the neighbors are the most strongest elements of such kind of success. So my final conclusions will be that we need to continue our dialogues. We need to fight for environment. We need to have politicians. We need to have local authorities, business, science, NGOs as our partners, because otherwise it will not be possible to succeed such ambitions and in a short time. And for sure, we need to be very clear in our communication to the public. And as a last remark, I'm quite sure that it's not easy work. And nobody will say that this is an easy work. But this is a challenge which we need to take, and to understand that this is a way to changing our current situation. It's a way to modernize our life, and it's a way to make our life more sustainable for current generation and for future generation. So let's be united, let's have the nature as our partner, and let's fight for the nature. Thank you for all your support.
Dear colleagues, as I told you, for me it was like a big honor to moderate such distinguished panel, and it was like one of the easiest to moderate because our colleagues touch upon like every sphere of the environment. I had like some questions to prepare about like climate, finance, business. They touch upon everything, and don't need to do any additional rounds, because we heard everything, you know, starting from biodiversity, working with the local authorities, try to find your business community be able to operate in a new condition, and of course fighting with the fake news, which Ukraine is able to do a lot. So like, thank you, and I would like one more time to ask you to congratulate our speakers and thanking them for the fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. Are we good with timing?
Almost done.
Almost?
we have a lot of time. How do I speak? Okay, so maybe I speak in Ukrainian. But indeed, thank you very much, distinguished guests and participants. Thank you very much. By the way, Alexei and we are big fans of electromobility. So I think this topic will be also of our today's summit. Говорячи, до речі, про електромобілі, так, я думаю, Олексію сподобається ця тема.
Cars, have you thought why the part of the European countries have plans, 10 to 15 years to have only the electric cars? In Ukraine, we don't have it at this moment because we have other challenges on the agenda, but hopefully we'll have a similar program in Ukraine. That's on one hand, and surely Ukrainians are buying more and more electric cars, so we're not lagging behind too much. Now, about the transition to the green energy for Ukraine, that is the topic for the second panel, so please stay with us. We'll have a coffee break in about 1 hour, so you will have a chance to discuss some of the topics and some of the information that you've heard from our previous speaker. We've had the statement by the Prime Minister, by the head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, by the Minister of Environmental Protection as well. And just recently, we've heard this first panel on the challenges of the EU accession in the green cluster. So we're almost ready to start the second panel, that is the climate policy and funding of the green transition in Ukraine. We can see that Ukrainians are more actively interested in this aspect, and we are more and more interested in doing so, because it's not only about the environment, it's not only about the responsibility for the next generation, it's about the funds, whether you can earn in this area and how the energy efficiency has to be effective in terms of funding as well. So we'll need just a couple of minutes for the preparations. I should also mention that the environment policy and funding of the green transition in Ukraine will be moderated by Svetlana Sushko. She's the Deputy Director of the team that supports the reform process at the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine. So I would like to ask Svetlana to join me on the stage, and the same goes to the panelists. Now, since we do have a small break, let me mention the members of the second panel. It's going to be Victoria Kireva, Deputy Minister of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine. She will have a special presentation. Then we'll have Isabella Teixeira, former Minister of Environment of Brazil. Then Alexei Sobol, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. Hanna Zamazeva, that's the head State Agency on Energy Efficiency and Energy Saving of Ukraine. Then Olena Pavlenko, President of Dixie Group. Torsten Bollert, the advisor of the EU office in Ukraine on energy matters, and Kirill Krivolap, the head of the Center for Economic Recovery. So there will be a lot of panelists, and this panel will take place over 60 minutes, maybe even shorter, because we are out of time a bit. But since I'm staying with you together, we'll try to make sure we are doing everything in time. So I would like to ask all the panelists to take their seats, and we'll start in around a minute. Just to remind you that in less an hour we will have a coffee break for 20 minutes, so you will have a chance to discuss, to energize yourself with another cup of coffee, even 25 minutes for the coffee break. But now I would like to ask all the participants to return to the room, because we are about to start the second panel There's a number of technical aspects that we need to settle because there's a lot of panelists. So please return to the main hall and be ready to make some notes, because I've seen many of you were taking notes over the previous session, because that's, you know, the basis for the further discussion. One of the Ukrainian journalists used this term, you know, horizontal diplomacy, horizontal conversation. So you don't need to go abroad in order to do that. So please return. It will be definitely an interesting panel.
Ми повертаємося, тому що зараз саме час для нашої другої.
It's just the right time for our second panel discussion on climate policies and the funding of green transition in Ukraine. Please welcome Svetlana Sushko, Deputy Director of the Reform Support Team at the Ministry of Environment. Hi, thanks. Hi, everyone. Welcome at our next panel discussion on climate policies and green transition financing in Ukraine. I'm Svetlana Sushko indeed, and we have an hour of very interesting discussion with our prominent speakers on the realities of the climate policies, to decide whether these policies have become a thing today to really support and backstop the green transition towards the pool of countries with neutral economies. We will be also speaking about the plans and agendas Ukraine has been designing during the time of war towards decarbonizing, towards instruments needed for that. We will be hearing now also about what our partners think. We will hear their advice and recommendations on steps to be taken by Ukraine on the way of green transition and green recovery. The climate topic is no longer the exquisite domain reserved just for environmentalists. It's the topic that is widely perceived as the one dealing with economic security, safety. It's also a topic of political discussion. We have more than 700 days of war behind us, and we have quite ambitious decarbonization plans in front of us. Please welcome our esteemed speakers. We have 6 speakers here, and we have one more that we expect and wait for, Alexei Sobolev, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine, who is to join us. And let us start with Victoria Kireeva, Deputy Minister for Environmental Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine. A question to you, Victoria, what are the plans of Ukraine? The matters included by Ukraine in its climate policies, and how we're going to put these plans into good use in practice. Thank you, Svetlana. I'll start by welcoming dear guests at this event, our international partners, business representatives, NGO representatives. It's very important to see and hear all of us here because of the importance of our joint discussion on how to properly implement climate policies in Ukraine. The Ministry for Environment Protection has identified 2024 as the year of climate policies, and as my minister, Mr. Strelets, mentioned, this will be an important year not just to build these climate policies of us, but also to make some decisive steps towards environmental standards and towards better projects for that. It's very important for us to build a new Ukraine along the lines of new climate policies. I'd like to show our roadmap and our vision of how climate policies will have to be introduced and implemented. The war is raging in Ukraine, and it remains a really big challenge for us because of more than 150 billion tons of CO2 emissions, because of huge losses of our enterprises, and because of an immediate threat to our mid-long-term environmental goals. Nevertheless, the ministry has designed its vision of climate policy until 2030 and an operational plan for that, identifying clear objectives and ways of attaining them. These can be looked at on our website, and it's also possible to put some comments and feedbacks on that. We want a new legislation with a clear-cut description of climate architecture in the country. We want to go further down the road of low-carbon transition, and we place special focus on the harmonization, legislative harmonization and adaptation matters. We do understand this is important for Ukraine in terms of its sustainable development prospects. You do know that in 2026 there will be a huge challenge for us to meet, which is CBAM. We want to have it fully fledged, operational by then. We also need to fully develop and implement the ETS in Ukraine, and now we are already implementing, sorry, not implementing, just designing the strategy of ETS in Ukraine to help us identify next upcoming steps along the way to the reform. Also, in line with the strategy, an action plan will be developed that will clearly specify the steps to be taken. According to the action plan, already this year we will have to design a relevant law on ETS in Ukraine. In 2026, a pilot phase of the ETS system will have to be introduced in Ukraine, and further on, a fully fledged launch of the system, fully linked to the European counterparts, will have to be here in order to really build a competitive, capable economy. We will have to provide some clear road signs for our industries. And because of that, we work on the low-carbon development strategy for Ukraine. And there will be a law to identify positions of strategy in response to climate changes. It will also tackle the period of time for territories after the occupation, after the war. There are specific targets for 2025. The low-carbon strategy will become a foundation for our NDC that we will have to post in 2025. In spite of the military aggression, in spite of the huge challenges Ukraine has been facing, we are doing our best to comply with our international commitments. We provide annual reports on emissions cadastre, informing the EU on that. We also have submitted our biennial report on transparency in line with the Paris Agreement and the related instruments. In order to fully implement our reforms and plans, we need to design a strategy of climate-related funding and financing, tying it to CO2 tax. It will provide a better understanding of the future financial infrastructure in the country. Also, as our minister has mentioned already today, we continue our work within the meaning of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, cooperating on that with Switzerland, with Japan. We have some strides and breakthroughs in particularly forestry and other sectors. Actually, the climate policy is not just about policy itself and the international level. It's also a national and subnational level. This translates in relevant actions and steps of our ministry, line ministries like the Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Agricultural Policy, even ministries of infrastructure and of education and science. Because we think that only together as a government, with our MPs, with the public, with businesses and academic institutions, with support from our international partners, we will ultimately be able to build the climate architecture we want to see here and implement proper climate policy here. Thank you for your attention. And we thank you, Victoria, as well. Quite an impressive roadmap, and well, with lots of elements for you to implement already before 2025. Just to specify, I'd like to ask our next speaker, Olena Pavlenka, President of Dixie Group, about other strategic documents. Olena particularly has been involved in, like the National Climate and Energy Agenda, its development, modeling, exercise, etc. I'd like to ask you, Olena, about how this joins with what Victoria mentioned about certain policy beacons for the upcoming years and the work being done together with the Ministry of Economy and other light ministries and other stakeholders. So, dear Olena, maybe you will have more on why would we need another strategic document with so many documents of similar scale already inside. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Svetlana. Thank you, Victoria. Thanks, colleagues, to the Ministry for this opportunity, for having me here. Let me start with the three things everyone has to understand, particularly regarding the national climate and energy agenda being designed by the Ukrainian government. This is a document required by the EU, not from Ukraine, but from every member. Every EU member state has to design, implement, and showcase these relevant plans to describe how they are going to decarbonize their economies by 2050, how they intend to become really neutral. And with a view of that, Ukraine is going to publish a plan of it quite soon. I do hope that quite soon Ukraine becomes an EU member state, which will nicely explain why we bothered about the document. Next, this National Energy and Climate Agenda is not just another document. It's about integrating different sectors between themselves. The designer team working on the document looked into a variety of strategies from Ministry for Environment Protection, from Ministry for Infrastructure, Ministry of Energy, in an attempt to identify, pinpoint the goals mentioned in those strategies until 2030. Then we have a modeling team, and they were to look into how potentially possible it may be for Ukraine to reach those desired targets within the specified time frame. And yes, there are matters that still beg for a discussion from all the stakeholders, and I'm going to revisit the topics. Next, this National Climate and Energy Agenda, the document has to be public. It has to undergo some public debates for everyone to understand what is behind the objectives until 2030 set in Ukraine. There have been already 9 rounds of public debates over the working document, and the ministry is going to publish the draft version quite soon. In the second half of February, I think, you will be able to check the draft agenda, and you'll be able also to provide your feedbacks, and the team will be grateful to you if you do just so. Question is whether we are able to attain the goals set out in this National Climate and Energy Agenda, again, which is a combination of sectoral strategies. There will be matters that will need some discussion from all of us, like 25% of renewables in overall power generation sector, how we're going to realistically implement this. Will there be auctions? If yes, when? Do we have relevant bases? Do we have companies ready and willing to build new generation facilities? How we go with renewables in the heating area? Whether it will be heat pumps or maybe biomass solutions, maybe other things to be implemented. Anyway, we will have to get together and identify those priority things to be implemented. Electric vehicles and electric transport, same thing. Renewables can be used, which type of renewables, how and when. Which transport will use the renewables. It's not just about sitting and discussing. It's about some specific solutions to be made on the level of individual land ministry, on the level of government. And just to repeat what Victoria has mentioned already, it's of critical importance to start even greater level of coordination and synchronization between everyone and everything, not only between ministries themselves, but also between them and the parliament and the think tanks. because they may help finding best solutions based on the European experience. It is also very nice, it will be very nice to discuss those plans with neighboring countries, which is again a good tradition in the EU. We should follow that, and good to have our partners from the neighboring countries with us today. So in a nutshell, we will have to look for common solutions to attain the objectives and targets slated for 2030. Again, well within the meaning of the sectoral strategies until that period mentioned also by Victoria. I thank you, colleague, and let's keep in contact and in touch for that. Thank you, Lena. Actually, more questions after your speech compared with the number I had at the beginning. So I do hope that this is not the last meeting and the climate dialogue will be a more frequent event for many of us. And let us go all the way from the stated agendas and plans to real policy implementation. And let me introduce SAE Chair Galina Zamazeva. We've been hearing all the time today about decarbonization, so on. So I do think that you, dear Galina, have something to tell and explain us about that. Could you describe the progress made so far, how the activities of your agency contribute to decarbonization? Maybe there are some things to announce from your agency that will be of interest for our regions. Thank you. Thank you for this very powerful event. Big hi to all the participants. We've heard about the national climate and energy agenda and related things. Well, wearing the hat of my agency, I can tell you that all the strategies, all the plans made on a sectoral level have to translate into a national level comprehensive document. And this should be specifically aimed at emission reduction and mitigation of high energy consumption. And exactly this plan has been the Bible for my agency for many years. Well, now we have to let it go, and as my colleague said, to go all the way to European standards. We really need to have an energy and climate plan at the national level with relevant parts, which will be palpably specific, which will help us implementing very specific measures in different sectors. Last year, we introduced some instruments. I'd like to thank the Parliament, the President, everyone involved, for setting up this decarbonization mechanism that we created last year. So first transfers will emerge already this April, allowing for more renewables extraction and their use in the public.
So, the programs that we'll be using for the funding, they'll be announced in around a month, because they are currently submitted for the consideration of the Cabinet of Ministers. But I can assure you, that would be related to municipalities, that would be related to businesses, because we need to realize that business is the one to supply money to the decarbonization fund, as they pay the taxes. So we need to prepare that for the next challenges. That's the CBAM for 2025. So we'll be working with population, because we realize that this is the largest energy-saving sector. So we need to work with that. But when we've analyzed how the decarbonization fund will be working, any loops we have, so we've run a number of working meetings with the National Bank of Ukraine, and we realized that whenever we're talking about the energy efficiency, energy saving, about eco contracts, we are lacking the right factor, the right financial tool. So whenever we are talking about the project-based funding, we're talking about the financial companies, because many commercial banks
they have some obstacles in preventing the funding of the decarbonization projects and the right assessment of such projects. So when you'll be facing with, I don't know, 3, 4, 10 projects, and each would need $1 million hryvnia for energy-saving activities to reduce CO2 emissions, like whom would we give the money to? Well, primarily, if all would need like this million, then the one who would reduce more CO2. So for the analysis, the commercial bank, they can't do any analysis. So there's this resolution 351. They would have some obstacles. So we'll create a financial tool that's the National All-Ukrainian Decarbonization Platform. That will do the leasing, factoring, and loans for all the projects related to energy efficiency decarbonization. On the other hand, it's not going to be only a financial tool, but a program platform, and hopefully we'll show a small promo video for you today. But just to tell you, we've started working very fruitfully with all the heads of territorial communities in regions of Ukraine, and we understood that we are lacking the knowledge, the technologies, the experience of the West. I mean, the most experienced one and the most economically efficient one. Because we need to understand that whenever we're talking about VTE, before thinking whether we would need to have this ETS, we would need to, have energy efficiency, because they require the large investments. And in case of ETC, it's all about the wise attitude, wise kind of measures, wise consumption of the energy. So, this platform, there's already a Green University, which is established based on that, where you can get some experience of Finland, of United States, of Japan, Australia, I mean, all the EU countries and the best technologies that were ever implemented. You can go to a web page with access and direct contact to the largest producers of energy efficiency equipment, and with small and medium national producers of energy effective equipment, where you can get the best possible conditions. That you can also register through ID.gov.ua. So anyone attaching to this platform will be verified, and everyone who will be offering their own equipment, that will be verified as well. That would be a wonderful app, free of charge for territorial communities, and within a day they would be able to have a technical feasibility assessment on the establishment of solar panels on their own infrastructure. So they register, they upload their parameters, and they're provided with the assessment on a free of charge basis. Now, for all this pool of the financial tools to work, I mean, the funds and the tools to work with international platforms, the international funding, the transfer of technologies and experience of best practices in the world. Now, for all that to work, we started establishing the decarbonization offices in around Ukraine, so that at all levels there would be a chance to run the inventory processes, to have meetings with local businesses, to teach them how to do feasibility studies so that we could be analyzing them and search for funding. That is why today we're working at all levels. We believe in local self-government, so we've created a special department in our agency on cooperation with local self-government authorities, because they know how to leave, how to, make decisions. Because we do have decentralization in our country, so we work at all levels. So there will be a decarbonization fund, the national platform for decarbonization. These are practical tools, plus the offices for decarbonization to build the work at all levels and to prepare for recovery under new trends and the new climate policy. So big thanks. Big thanks for complying with the time slots available. We'll have the promo very soon. And we are joined by Oleksiy Sobolev, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. Well, it's a safe place here. We have an air raid alert in Ukraine, so we shall be following the news and follow the instructions. Currently, there's no instructions for me. I believe this room is a safe place, and I have a confirmation that this is so. So we can continue with Alexei. So, Alexei, we've had some talks about the ambitious plans of the climate policy. We started digging deeper into the implementation tools that would result in decarbonization of certain industries. We've touched upon the energy climate plan and why are we working so hard to draft it. So I have another document, strategic document of Ukraine, and there's a question about it. That's the Ukraine facility. So could you tell me about the stage of its development and where's the role of the climate policy in this document? Well, thank you. It's kind of one ring to rule them all, you know, from the Master of the Rings. Tomorrow, we're expecting a decision on the approval of the budget of the Ukraine facility. The program would need to be finally approved on the 26th, 29th of February. That is like after within this month. And later on, Ukraine would need to provide its own plan. So we have around a month for doing that. So that's the case. Now, the green transition in this plan, it's one of three parts, which is kind of something that intersects or cross-sects all the parts of the plan. There's integration, there's digital transition, there's green transition. So we, in the Ministry of the Economy, we are kind of working on this green transition as an integrational aspect. We're also working on this as a business case, as this would be something that would allow Ukraine to significantly increase its GDP till the period of 2030. And I think that this would be properly reflected in the Ukrainian plan. We're working with the Ministry of Energy, with the Ministry of Environment, because this is not kind of a separate thing, like let's preserve the environment. No. That is the point that has something to do with all the parts and provisions of the plan, because there's a lot of goals of the green transition. So part of that, and part of the requirements in the Ukrainian plan, that's the National Energy Climate Plan. And that is why we were kind of accelerating its development last year in order to understand that it aligns with the overall narrative of the facility plan. So it should be ready in June. We've run 9 rounds of public consultations, and the engagement of the society in drafting of this document is very important for our overall policy. And, you know, the plans are being drafted, but then you would need to implement this. And we are sure that Ukraine facility will be voted and further approved. So we would need to work hard to make it happen, and that's even more difficult task if you would compare with the task of drafting the plans within a short period of time than it is done in Europe, for example. Because it's very important for many stakeholders. It's not only about our ministry, but there's a number of other ministries or agencies of the government with their own tasks. We're talking about large number of state enterprises, society, public sector. So all together we'll be able to make this jump, make this leap forward, because we don't have the time which is available for Europe for achieving all those goals. But this jump, this leap forward would allow us to have this growth and development, because that growth, that development would have us faster into Europe. Thank you, Alexei. And first and foremost, I thank you that you, as the representative of the Ministry of Economy, have clearly articulated the integration of the climate policy into the economic policy and the rest of these sectors. And every speaker mentioned that we have to combine all of the efforts, and the climate policy should be taken into account at all levels. Thank you. And you've also drawn kind of a summary, and you've built a connection to the next speaker, Mr. Torsten Ward. He's the advisor from the EU office in Ukraine on matters of energy, talking about the true steps on the implementation of this policy. Not only the Ukraine facility, not only other strategic plans, but we're talking about the implementation of all those recovery plans that we are drafting.
You are not first here in Ukraine, and you work with Ukraine very closely, and you know a lot about Ukrainian economy and energy sector and environment, and you are a big friend of Ukraine to help our green transition. What will be the recommendations from your side, or your opinion? What real steps need to be done now to make these all plans really work at some point, and to merge our climate policy with the climate policy of European Union?
Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you. The previous moderator promised you it will be all in Ukrainian. I'm the exception. Thank you very much for the question, and also thank you very much for having this panel and having all these different topics, all these pieces of the puzzle that have to come together. And maybe my contribution to this discussion is to move a bit beyond the plans. And what is really important, and Alexei mentioned this, that we have the greening of the economy, this green recovery as a cross-cutting topic in the Ukraine facility. And I'm 100% sure that it will also feature in the Ukrainian government's plan, which is agreed then afterward with the European Union. And that it's also linked with the national processes like the National Energy Climate Plan, which is in turn also linked with experience in the European Union. And I think this is very important for investments, because in the end, if you want to be successful in the green recovery, you need investments. And for that, you need, of course, political certainty, and we have seen it. Yeah, Deputy Minister Kireva presented that. We need to be sure about the mechanisms, and the National Energy and Climate Plan is, as Olena said, the same for everyone. So Ukraine is not reinventing the wheel. Ukraine uses a format which is now in the process inside the European Union. Not even all European Union member states have submitted and finalized their climate plans, and which is also understood by businesses, because this is the basis. They work in each European Union member state, and this, we hope, will also help them to come to Ukraine to invest. The same with the Ukraine facility. The Ukraine facility will be hopefully, well, we don't know, we cross our fingers, will be agreed very, very soon. And the Ukraine plan, which will come a bit later, will be essentially, maybe not in all details, but will be essentially a public document, so that businesses, decision makers everywhere can base their decision on this, which should provide a very sound base for the next 4 years, for investment decisions, for policy decisions, etc. Because in the end, if you now invent a big plan and let's say investors, international partners, national businesses think this is not real and this is not very solid, they will not invest. So our aim is really that we have a perspective with the National Energy and Climate until 2030, and we have a very, very concrete thing with the Ukraine facility until 2027, where we also have concrete money. So this is not just you know, a plan. It's more than that. And we are also engaging very intensively with the Energy and Climate Plan, with the Ukraine facility discussions. And what we would also like to do is to engage in the same pragmatic way with the financing and implementation facilities inside Ukraine. And Ms. Zamazeva mentioned the Decarbonization Fund, which is a very interesting concept, and some people here in the room will have also participated in discussions when, before even Corona, we discussed what we called at that time a climate fund, where the idea was that it's a joint fund, a bit like we have with the Energy Efficiency Fund, which some of you may know, which supports the OSBB, which is a joint fund. You have Ukrainian money, European money, and German money. And that is something which we hope we can also achieve with the Decarbonization Fund, that the revenue side for the Decarbonization Fund from the Ukrainian side will be carbon revenues. You know, we still need to find out exactly how. I mean, we have seen it, it's in the plan. But this can be complemented by international funding, as we do with the Energy Efficiency Fund. There's definitely an interest by the European Union. I'm pretty sure that also Germany is interested, and maybe others. But for that, of course, we need to discuss, and I hope that this year we will really make progress on that, so that at the end of the year we have a very concrete tool at our hand how to do this. And that brings me to my last point. It's the carbon revenues, because for the time being, the carbon revenues are based on a carbon tax, which is, well, relatively low. But on the other hand, there is this drive and this political commitment, also Minister Strilets mentioned it, to establish an emission trading system, which is very important because when Ukraine joins the European Union, it will also join the European Union emission trading system. So it's very important to know how this functions and to get there, and not to wait until you join the European Union and then you don't know how to handle it. But what is also important is that the carbon price that you have now somehow moves towards the carbon price of the European Union over the next years. And we would like to engage in a dialogue, in a very pragmatic dialogue on how to do this, because the emission trading system, this is our experience in the European Union, is very difficult to predict the carbon price because it depends on the experience of implementation of many technical details. So that will not be sufficient for businesses to make right investment decisions and for the decarbonization of the economy. So what you need is some sort of predictability about the carbon price. And that is, some states have introduced that, but it was a carbon price floor or carbon corridor. And there are some experts, for instance, there's a project called Low Carbon Ukraine, which have just presented a paper on a carbon price corridor, they call it, which essentially the idea is very simple and very clear. You are here now with a carbon price, you will have to go to the European Union carbon price at a certain point. How do you get from here to there while incentivizing the needed investments and without having a shock of the carbon price later in the future? And how to implement this is a question we would like to engage in discussion. And I know that, for instance, the World Bank is working on this, German experts are working, others as well, so that we can come to investment certainty, which is all about National Energy Climate Plan, Ukraine facility. It's all about investments. And the carbon price is also about investments. So we may have a solution which actually is a hybrid solution, that you have an emission trading system combined with a carbon tax, which is already existing, so that businesses will know in 5 years the carbon price in Ukraine will be like this. And this is what we try to achieve this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much for дякую вам дуже за
Thank you indeed for this practical advice. And really, Ukraine and its environment ministry are working intensely with Germany, with the GZ, with World Bank, of shaping the vision and proper implementation of the pilot phase of ETS project to see it become a foundation for further plans that have been outlined today. Meanwhile, I'd like to go to another speaker with a question about recommendations from their side, we've been working with European partners on a daily basis. We already have a clear vision of what they want from us. Meanwhile, we have with us Ms. Isabella Teixeira. She represents SEBRI. And we'd really like to ask Mr. Teixeira for her recommendation, given her sizable experience in climate policies, as to what Ukraine might need to do, what Ukraine should focus primarily, even on the background of this war, when shaping its climate policy.
And I would like to ask you, you maybe can remove the translation, yeah. I would like to ask you, what will be taking into account your huge experience in climate policy? What would you recommend for Ukraine to focus on, and which maybe lessons of Brasilia you could on the lessons of Brasilia you could say some advices to Ukraine what we should focus on?
Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me and my team. The Brazilians, we are here. Okay, we live in the other side of the world, and yes, in the extreme south of the world. And I was the Brazilian head, the head of Brazilian delegation during Paris Agreement negotiations, and I have been discussing climate in the last 30 years. So the first point here is not necessarily a recommendation, but to observe the diversity of situations around the world and the responsibilities that you have from different nations to deal and to tackle climate change. And this is very important because here you have, as mentioned before, all the European-driven perspectives that are coming on board. This is very important. But Ukraine is a country that should play as a solution provider. And not necessarily the countries around the world, they have solutions to be provided soon. And this is very important to understand, because climate resilience means that you must know how to manage climate risks, but you must understand that we are discussing phasing out and phasing up of new things. And for this, you need to have solutions. And you need to understand how to share solutions. And you need to understand the climate agenda is a development agenda. How the countries will come to promote inclusive development. And this means that you need to understand not only climate policies that we're discussing here, but I suggest that you understand better climate politics. Okay, and also this means that we are discussing geopolitics, that Ministers for Environment must learn economy. Ministers of Environment must understand social perspectives. And Ministers of Environment must understand that you need to go beyond the environmentalism if you want to be part of this new momentum of the humankind, if you want to be constructive and to understand that our responsibility is connect the dots and provide innovative narratives that not necessarily are under our domain. And this is very important to observe, because some countries believe that they can have the power to domain or to control the narratives. I'm sorry, but this is not true. Because this means when you go into phasing out, for example, oil or fossil fuels, everyone discusses the pressure on country producers, but nobody wants to discuss the consumers. They have to tell us when they should stop because they buy oil. And this means that behind the scenes, it's very nice that to have some economic aspects here, that behind the scenes, we need to have insurance companies into the room. How much you want to pay to replace things? How much do you want to assume the risk, the climate risk? How much you want to transfer the cost for the societies? This is what's happening when you come into the climate debate, when you're going to development debate, and you're coming together in the world that we negotiated the climate regime last century, in Rio 92 in my country. You are putting this in practice now in this century, 21st century, when you have different situations. It's not only developing in developed world. You had emerging economies. You had like-minded blocks arrangements like BRICS, BRICS Plus, G20, G7. Where are the money? Where is the money, sorry? Tell me who has the money, the trillions of dollars that you need to change? And how will face social inequality and environmental inequalities? It's very important. This country is a beautiful country. I'm very honored to visit your country, to know your country for the first time. This is my handicap. I do apologize for this. But look, we cannot understand Ukraine in climate age as a commodities provider. We need to add value. We need to understand also how your people, your society, after the war, will deal with climate transformation as part of the new narrative of development and also welfare being that we want to have. And you know this because we met in Dubai, and you saw the diversity of situation, the complexity to bring people together, to connect the dots, and to make sure that you are not managing individual silos or isolated silos that you believe that you control. There is no possibility to control nature risks. Nobody controls nature risks. So my experience makes me believe that we need to come together. And to come together, we need to share values. And to come together, we need to share solidarity. And for this is a new mindset that must emerge in the world, not necessarily looking forward to geopolitical polarized situations, because you cannot manage this, but make sure that we share climate risks. We share nature risks. So my recommendation is that if you can have one recommendation or suggestion, it's better suggestion, that Ukraine reemerge as a nature-based society and come together in a country like Brazil that we're looking forward to address nature, to be a nature-based society. There are new values, new understanding. We need to understand here, for example, if you go in the traditional way to approach some policies, this means the lifestyles in European countries is 10 times the carbon footprint, bigger than the rest of the world. And this model is not replicable because you don't have natural resource enough to deal with 10 billion people in this planet. The process is so disruptive. So we need to understand our difference to come together. So my recommendation or my understanding is that it's impressive how this country has alternatives, but go beyond your frontiers. Try to understand better the world, go into the bilateral cooperation, dialogue with the diversity of the world, because we can be together solutions providers. And my feeling, my last comment, is that please avoid greenwashing, not greenwashing, but avoid greenwashing. And don't forget that sometimes, or the majority of the time, people want to discuss green based on the dollar green. Okay? And I hope that we can come with really innovative perspectives, consider green, because this is a country with nature assets, as my country is. So my feeling is that we are going to Brazil for COP30. COP30 means Paris plus 10 years. This means that we have a huge challenge for a new net zero global system by 2050. So we need to change the ambition, but we need transparency and we need accountability. To rebuild this country, you raise ambitions. We know this. Okay, but we need to understand how we raise ambition and mitigate and be prepared in adaptation. Of course, we'll be prepared to be resilient and convince your society, make sure that your society is a partner to avoid setbacks in the future. They must be committed. They must understand it's a new transition, and this must not be based on tragedy. Please, no. And I'm learning here in your country, because of the war, or the people that I'm meeting, that we can redefine hope. So bring the low-carbon hope into your trajectory, and be sure that Ukraine will come back to the world, make sure that we're a solution provider, and also solidarity. My feeling is that this is an agenda that will have convergence of digital age with climate age and bio age. The emerging age is bio, it's nature. And you have assets here that must be seen and understood as part of the quality of life of all Ukrainians and also of the world. So I'm waiting for you in Brazil, okay? And not only with your plans, very nice, welcome, roadmaps. So this is really, really good for coffee breaks and we can discuss, et cetera, but for the real world, let's tackle poverty, hunger. This is a country absolutely important to tackle hunger around the world.
Thank you.
So let's do it, why not?
I still have thousands of questions to you, and I
Don't
hope we can
forget it, I have to
continue.
go.
But we need to move because we have so not much time. We have to move to our last speaker. Я, напевно, перейду на українську, перепрошую. Пан Кирило Криволап, виконавчий директор Центру економічного відновлення, асоційований партнер
Kirill Krivolap, associate partner of the Innovation Renewable Center. He will be speaking about green transition and funding mechanisms. I think not every stone has been turned on the way towards this funding mechanism. So, dear Kirill, what are other opportunities for Ukraine to how to correctly use them? Because funding climate measures can be a problem even for the biggest and most successful, economically successful countries. And Ukraine definitely will have to collect relevant experience. Yep, it is very important to hear the experience of overseas partners. And being the final concluding panelist, I will tackle three main topics: money, non-financial instruments, and coordination. The funding of green transition requires some strong infrastructure that has trust and is supported by international partners. Speaking about what other resources do we have besides ETS, besides carbon taxes, well, it begs a wider view of the picture. First of all, there is an excess of structural funds of the EU. We have specific support within the meaning of the Ukraine facility. We have international support, we have private capital, and again, it is about proper business environment, proper respect to private property, if we are to invite and involve private sector. It requires clear rules of the game to operate. From here, the topic of liberalizing markets, the energy market, the reforms in the gas production supply area, transition towards market pricing, and so on. Another bit of the equation is about reparations, or other ways of mobilizing funds for Ukrainian recovery measures. In my center, we say that after big wars like that, countries would normally recruit up to 60% of the available financial resources within the span of 2.5-3 years to really bring the recovery efforts into fruition. Again, it's also a matter of how the money are going to be used. Are there any rules? Whether they will be spent and used according to traditional rules, or the government will do some other steps. It will ultimately depend on us. Also, supranational components like Paris Agreement, emission trading quotas, and that is to say that there are money, not just within the ETS system. There are multiple sources, and they all have to be tapped. Regarding infrastructure, now we have some understanding and vision of the Ukrainian Decarbonization Fund. This is already sort of a safety box to collect money and redistribute them according to preset rules. We already have the Ukrainian Climate Office, and the Ministry for Environment tries to mobilize all the available resources to ensure support of this challenging process. Meanwhile, I'd like to discuss how the money are used. Let's check the volumes. Free quotas in the EU are being phased out gradually. Meanwhile, the financial inflows of the markets are growing, and $158 billion will be generated on the market next year, which is a huge amount of money, about a third of them coming from funds, also non-budgetary. Variety of support programs are involved as well. Well, let us see how they do, how our neighbors are doing that. There are countries that provide more money for such climate instruments, receiving less. There are countries like Romania, Poland that donate more to those financial mechanisms, but get more in return. There are even countries that sometimes are not able to properly use all the money available to them. Like 20% may be easily be underspent. This all makes for lessons for us to learn. In terms of non-financial instruments, let us not forget about savings. It's about energy efficiency, it's about reusing resources. Everything is about the resources for our green transition. The land ministries continue with our circular economy strategy with the view that it becomes another source for our green recovery. And my final words will be about coordination. The need for green transformation, quotas right amidst the war, and that is also a time of speeding up our Euro integration process. We still thank the Ministry for Environment for their pioneering efforts. We thank the Ministry of Economy for backstopping what Ministry for Energy is doing. We thank the Mindigital and Mikhail Fedorov for assisting all the participants. This is a very Ukrainian situation, but this is good to see that there are some real pioneers and trendsetters of these efforts that work together to make it happen. Still, they worldwide are creating, climate ministries or some bigger coordination offices. Meanwhile, we are still trail behind. I think we need to rethink these matters, because the mechanisms I described, they're quite comprehensive. Ukraine has never waged into anything like that in terms of coordinating or using the mechanism. And there are some adjacent reforms to be tackled. But again, cross-sectoral coordination is a challenge. It has always been. There should be support from the civic society, from the expert community. After a moratorium on national programs implemented in Ukraine, we have no other mechanism to somehow link our plans and agendas with available resources and funds. And imagine every ministry having, I don't know, 5-6 strategies per lines of activity. This is not much, but these allow linking envisaged steps with available funds. Because of that, I think that the strategy is a good thing that unites people over specific priorities. And I call upon everyone dealing with pioneering climate measures to do something about, fostering cooperation. It could be any sort of cooperation like they have in Germany. When someone is creating, say, a mechanism as itself, then it has been sent to the Ministry of Economy for financial assessment and so on. So let us just work and think together to see that carbon is only left in the frames of our bicycles.
Thank you. And special thanks for the interesting ideas and the summary that you've drawn. Let me compliment a bit. So today, some of these summaries that I've made for myself are as follows. There is a need for a clear plan and a vision, the integration of the climate policy in all the sectors, that is the true cross-sectorial coordination, the need for the emergent steps like ETS, carbon tax and other tools, and other tools that should be implemented, those that have already been established. It's also about the financial tools and combining efforts at global level together with the kind of joint values in fighting the climate change. And the final summary is that we don't have much time to discuss all of those matters and to implement all that. That is why I would like to finalize this panel with the quotation of Alice from Wonderland. In order to stay at the same place, you would need to run as fast as possible. So in order to get somewhere, you would need to run twice as fast. So that's all about the implementation of the environmental policy. I thank to all these speakers. So, once again, big thanks to the panelists and to Svetlana for her wonderful moderation.
And then we're ready to go. But before, please, we have some video for you. Okay, thank you very much.
Україна стрімко рухається вперед.
Ukraine moves faster with the EU. The Ukrainian platform UANDP is the shortest way to achieve national values under the motto energy effectiveness above all. As part of the first phase of the platform, all users will have access to new knowledge and skills, and representatives of the communities will have their own first design projects for solar power plants. Green University is an important element. It would allow to raise the awareness on implementation of international experience and international grain projects. Also, the Green University, it's all about the education and certification. All the participants will have a chance to receive and confirm their knowledge in energy efficiency and decarbonization. We are proud of our partners, and we work on a daily basis on increasing the scope of available solutions and partnerships. A partnership with the platform is the national sign of quality. Anyone can register through ID.gov.ua. If you're a representative of a municipality, a business, or a household, you can participate. The platform can do some feasibility studies, design projects of the solutions based on solar panels that you can receive based on the request. The platform is developing, provides new functional possibilities for the participants. We'll have financial instruments, leasing, factoring, loans, and search for funding for the submitted projects. UANDP is the future national platform for monitoring over the energy use and CO2 emissions. This will ensure the fulfillment of national goals on energy efficiency and decarbonization.
So, dear participants, just to remind you that we were planning to start at 1300. Well, hope that we will start in the nearest time, but without you, we won't be able to start. So please, for those of you who haven't yet took your seats in the hall, and particularly the panelists, please join us, because, well, the panelists would also need to talk to our technical personnel in order to get the microphones. Okay, so dear participants, let me continue to remind you that it's already 1:10. I can see some of the people who already returned to their seats, but what's most important that the panelists of the third panel already are here. They're ready to start, and we'll be talking about the natural resources and biodiversity. Now, should we divide the room into 4 sectors? I'd say I have a sector that I'm very grateful for their readiness to join us on time. We will start in just 1 minute. This is a final call for everyone outside. And big thanks to people who've returned to the room already. We can start the third panel right away, but we'll wait for another minute. Okay, our International Forum United for Nature Agenda for Ukraine continues. We are ready to start with our third panel, that's Natural Resources and Biodiversity. Will be moderated by Alexander Tadorchuk, the founder of UA Animals. Well, first of all, greetings at this wonderful event, and big thanks for all those who managed to drink their coffee till the end and finish the coffee break. So if you're being kept over there, just let us know. We're kind of getting worried. If there's spare seats in the front, so please use them to hear us better. For those who are only about to return, you're very welcome to this room, as we'll be talking on a very important topic. Besides, we would need to make this first step in order to show that This word united in our name is truly important. So let's take this first step and get united in this room for the discussion of this very important topic. So it's all about the natural resources and biodiversity. It's a very sensitive topic, very important one, because in the course of the full-scale war, on the one hand, we can see horrible consequences for the environment and biodiversity as the result of Russian aggression, and we are unable to assess the true scales of the damages due to occupation, due to the combat operations. So, we'll have a discussion with our panelists today, and let me introduce them. Alexander Krasnoludsky, the First Deputy Minister of Environmental Protection. Yulia Ovchinnikova, the Member of Parliament of Ukraine. Viktor Smyl, the head of the State Agency for Forest Resources of Ukraine. Then Mikhailo Yanchuk, the head of the State Agency for Water Resources of Ukraine. Marina Surkova, the president of the All-Ukrainian Association of Public Organizations, the Association of Animal Protecting Groups of Ukraine, and Serhiy Yerezvenko, the head of the park called Mezhegirya. So, let us start. Please join us in this audience. That's particularly for those still drinking the coffee. Well, not sure if they can hear me, but at least I wanted to make sure they would know that we are about to start. So, a big thing that I wanted to ask to our panelists. We have around 10 minutes for every question on our agenda. So, if we'll have a chance and we'll have time, we'll have a Q&A session. So the first question to start, that's the question to Alexander Krasnoludsky, the First Deputy Minister of Environmental Protection. So the question is, what are the current tasks and objectives you have for the protection of biodiversity? Which objectives should be fulfilled on our way to the EU? So, what do we have today? Currently, we have around 9,000 reserved territories of 1.4 million hectares. Then we have another 8.1 million hectares of the territory of Ukraine that are considered as the recreational area. So, as we can see, there's a lot of natural reserves and natural protected areas, but unfortunately, many of those territories are being destroyed, are being mined. That creates certain challenges, not only related due to the war, but because the fact that many territories, they don't have the legal documents and the information is not introduced into the land cadastre register, and this results in some of the allocation of the land plots, which is illegal, and that results in the destruction of these territories. Only 1.2 million hectares of land reserves have all the legally establishing documents. Only part of them, that's 707,000 territories, are introduced in national cadastre. The rest are not introduced. So that creates certain challenges. In 2023, the territory of natural reserves has increased by the total area of over 12,000 hectares. Besides, as we've mentioned, we've created the park called Mezhegirya. What are we planning to do in order to improve at the legislative level the protection of our national reserves and national protected areas? Well, first and foremost, you should be aware that many of the national parks are currently facing the challenge in the form of the land tax, and it is 5% of the kind of a cost estimate, which is a very significant burden for the budget. So basically, whatever they earn, they would need to allocate to pay the land tax. So they have no funds for the development. That is why the Cabinet of Ministers has initiated the amendments to the tax code of Ukraine in order to kind of reduce the land tax to 0.1% of the assessed cost. That would allow to save a significant amount of money earned by the national parks so that this money could be spent on the development of those national parks. I'm very grateful to their committee in the Verkhovna Rada who supported this draft law. The next change is that we're developing a draft law on Natural Reserve Fund. And this draft law, it's all about some prohibitions. There's a problem around the destruction of our territories in Carpathian through jumping. So we've developed the draft law that shall be considered for the consideration of the Cabinet of Ministers and further provided to the Verkhovna Rada. The next draft law, that's on introducing certain amendments into the legislation in order to make it harmonized with the EU regulations. As part of the self-screening, we've focused a lot on biodiversity or national parks. So as the result of this self-screening, we identified this draft law on licensing zoos and others. There's a lot of European directives that are kind of very technical, and we can easily, settle them and fulfill a number of EU directives. So, as the minister has mentioned, we would need to settle all those technical matters very fast in order to have a normal assessment of the European Commission. Then we'll be introducing some amendments to the legislation, also regulating the national reserves. It's about the establishment of the agency for managing the national reserves. So there is a need for creating that. There's large territories which are considered natural reserves, and it's becoming more and more difficult for the ministry, in part related to the policy making of those territories. So this agency would be doing that. So these are 4 draft laws that I would like to focus your attention. And
so the ministry is busily working on many more legislative acts and bylaws, but I'm not going to steal more of your time for that. So, in terms of natural reserves and parks, 235 international events were carried, more than 200 fires were extinguished, scores of ecopaths were created, more than 3,000 sightseeing tours were carried out, several thousands of lectures carried out. Also, the fund is very instrumental in fighting the poaching. More than 1,700 weapons were taken away from poachers. We intend to further refine the legislative framework. We are going to introduce a cadastre of reserve lands. Actually, the work has already started. We continue feeding information into the cadastre, and we are going to present it soon. Another matter for us is about land plots located in natural reserve areas. We need to prevent the illegal alienation, and this again will require inventory, stock taking of such land plots, and generally the natural reserve areas. A law on preservation of subsided forests has been adopted. And we see steady efforts to increase the square of reserve areas. We also are very keen about recreational opportunities offered by natural reserves and national parks. We want infrastructure of these parks developed, and we'd like really to have more visits because particularly it will be beneficial also economically for local governments, to local communities, and it will increase health benefits. And also with the view of the ongoing war, we've been contributing to the setting of healthcare rehabilitation centers, and rehabilitation centers are exactly in the reserve areas, and we want to do more on that. In terms of biodiversity, we really are blessed with being more biodiverse than some European countries. Meanwhile, we have almost 700 of Red Book, so-called regulated species, and unfortunately, the number has increased by 145 new species in the last 10 years, which says that the biodiversity matter is of huge concern and should be even more closely monitored. Our plans for 2024 include a range of measures within the meaning of the biodiversity strategy that we are finalizing now. We are going to ratify addendums to Aarhus Convention on GMOs. We are going to refine our methodology of invasive species determination in the animal and plant world, and we want to have exhaustive lists of those to be monitored. We are in contact with animal activists. We want to regulate matters, particularly in respect of animals. We want to reduce the number of endangered species. Internationally, we have had a lot of meetings and events. We had participated in a session of Ramsar Convention member states. We have participated in a range of measures to introduce the Emerald Belt. We participated in the 8th session on the preservation of cetaceans in the Black Sea region. We have had efforts to prevent Russian representatives from further participating in such and like events because of the huge damage to the environment and nature that Russia has been dealing to Ukraine. I hope I managed to squeeze within my time span. Yes, thank you, Alexander. I think it has been just a world record in terms of the number of valuable facts you showered us with. Those willing to get more information, please visit the ministerial website for more details. And thank you for this talk, for what you've been doing. It should be hoped that Ukraine is now capable of thinking about preserving and expanding biodiversity now and after the war. Also, in line with requirements to Ukraine as a candidate country. And we go to our next speaker. Welcome Yulia Ovchinnikova, an MP. So my question to you, Yulia, you represent the parliament. What sort of legislative initiatives are there to preserve biodiversity, to ensure proper preservation of natural reserves, and what are measures to broaden those initiatives? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Nice to see many familiar faces. Yes, preserving the nature and helping it recover is among our priorities, also in the meaning of our Euro integration efforts and in the meaning of the Grand Deal. If we go to biodiversity strategy until 2030 in the EU, we will see that at least 30% of land and comparable space of marine territories have to be within the protected, have this protective status. Yes, we also have it here. We work under Ramsar Convention. We have other sorts of resource. But again, we will need to see that biodiversity fund in Ukraine is growing every year in the meaning of UN targets and in the meaning of the reports. They say that more than 400 trillion $400 trillion worth of world revenues depend on nature and natural resources. From here, the need to keep water resources, land resources, plant resources in a condition that ensures survival. Also within the meaning of their importance for economic performance indicators. Because of us going through the most challenging part of our recent history with this Russian full-scale aggression, we see the enemy destroying on a daily basis the very habitat of us, the natural one, which requires additional priorities to be set also legislatively. And this should make into our policies. Like in the EU, they have this horizontal dimension. This is what has been discussed at international events, and we should not forget about these matters. I think that biodiversity will only gain in importance with each passing year. And in terms of what we are doing, just draw attention to the fact that biodiversity in Ukraine is regarded by the EU as a very important factor because Ukraine holds up to 35% of the total biodiversity capacity potential of the whole Europe. 63,000 of rivers, international migration corridors, 50 Ramsar reserves, scores of transborder reserve areas. We have thousands worth of hectares of primordial forests. We have unique steppe areas, and this is our heritage. We have to look after it. Our habitat, our environment must become a value that we all cherish. It is not just because of the requirement from the EU, it's also because it's been a part of our country. Russia's invaders are barbarians, they do not understand that. We have daily risks and challenges because on the one hand we have the enemy, on the other we have these green commitments. We see the huge damage done by war to our environment on a daily basis, and these are the challenges that are detrimental for our own nature. For our own sake of our recovery, green recovery, we need to have natural resources and the nature at the very heart of our recovery efforts. Otherwise, it will lead to further degradation of our ecosystems. We need to have it in a balanced way, in line with European principles and values and standards. And as I represent a line subcommittee in the Parliament, I can tell you that it's very important for us to see that no new piece of legislation goes against biodiversity and preservation priorities, whether it is EIA or other such CO2 emissions, other such considerations. We need to continue our work on that. We need to look into the unique nature of our biodiversity heritage. We need to develop the relevant infrastructure for that using available European experience. There are 3 mechanisms available for that. The first one being the European integration itself. We are looking at the association agreements for that purpose. We have the EC reports on Ukraine that clearly show what our priorities should be on the way towards the EU. It provides better understanding of the gaps, legislative gaps, and we have to take the law on Emerald Belt, quite a challenging legislation, but we will have to do it. We have 4 directives and 4 conventions to be adopted and harmonized, and this has to be done this year. Now, the strategy for biodiversity preservation is also of paramount importance for our country. And we need to attract relevant experts, academicians, to create a quality European-style document. In terms of increasing the area of our natural reserves, it begs for open discussions for that, but it has to be done. Now, the question of invasive species. From the EC report, we can clearly see that this is an important measure. For some reason, the Regulatory Oversight Authority did not make this document into force, in action. And I think all the involved experts and parliamentary committee will have to double down on that to see the documents put into good use. In terms of biodiversity, we also need to be looking into humane treatment of animals. As we live in a civilized society, we need to think about animal health, animal well-being, and discussion is long overdue. We move towards the EU, and we need to have more humane laws for animals. Like we had a law to ban too loud fireworks, for example. We need to move further on that. We need to see and monitor if all of our environmental legislations are in line with current European requirements. A project is going to be launched by the Ministry of Digitization, the Ministry of Agrarian Policy, Ministry of Economy, to identify a cheap pet. This is an important step that will be implemented also by the DIA app. In my finishing words, dear colleagues, I'd like to tell you that we move towards united Europe, and we need to further work on this international dimension of the war that we are going through now in terms of proper assessment of damage inflicted by the war. Some initial steps were taken in Reykjavik. Last year, we have Environment Protection Department set up at the ministry. We have stepped up our efforts to work on close aid of the President Zelensky's peace formula, and we expand our contacts with peer European parliaments for that. 2 positive ideas at the end of it. We are looking to attract investments in Ukraine, and green initiatives, biodiversity initiatives are a good way of doing that. We have the project implemented by Ukrainians with the Czech partners on the LIFE project. This is very important starting point. And we have another project, Horizon, within which 11 countries will have more than 10 million euro to work together on environmental topics, and this is some start of some good result. It will inspire others to come into Ukraine and attract more funds in the country. Our hero soldiers do everything for the country to have the future, and we need to be also looking into the today of the country. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Yulia. So Alexander is no longer the champion per the number of valuable facts delivered. Yulia joins the race. Now, my organization, You Animals, has seen that throughout even despite the war, during the war, the Ukrainian public is still ready to look after animals, to save their lives. We see multiple efforts for that. We saw zoo animals being evacuated from areas under shelling. We see even soldiers trying to shelter animals on the front line, hedgehogs, cats, whoever wanders into the trench. And we move on. I would like other speakers to be mindful of the time. And our next speaker is Viktor Smal, head of the National Agency of Forestry of Ukraine. And it's hard to believe, but we are going to discuss just the topic of forestry and woods in Ukraine. Why? Because this part of our nature provides the, well, dire, but the most vivid view of the war aftermaths. It's much easier to say scorched woods, heavily mined woods, suffering from the wars. My question is about the current condition of the forestry economy in Ukraine and what are the prospects?
Well, thank you for the question. Greetings. I'm happy to take this opportunity in order to tell you about the advantages, about some of the achievements and the prospects of our actions. Talking about the forestry, I would like to start talking from the standpoint of kind of a chain of traceability. So we want to have as much transparent internal market as possible in order to prepare the wood that is supplied for export using the tools that I'm going to introduce. There's only 7 steps, but that resembles the kind of global experience, the lessons learned. And the combination we are about to develop in Ukraine is unique. So step number 1, that's the kind of most fundamental thing. That is the counting of the resources and the counting of forests. Unfortunately, I have to say that until now, we're still using the old methods for calculating the forest resources and how they grow, but there are modern technologies. So this is the concept called LIDAR, which is remote area scanning. And as the result of this area scanning, we have a 3D map of forest, and it can pinpoint every single tree on the map. So we understand that there are trees. We have the information on their diameter, height, nature, and the digital map of the area. That's the big advantage that allows us to plan the next forestry actions. Western countries that are actively using that, particularly Latvia, they're using this data in order to plan the forestry activities for the next 120 years, with due consideration to the climate changes as well. So in 2024, we'll start the industrial scanning using this remote scanning tools and technologies, and we'll be using its results for the next steps. So let's move on. That's the kind of wood cutting ticket. So this is something that we've already developed. It took us several months, and we've launched the system all around Ukraine, and starting from November 2023. We've already issued over 10,000 electronic or digital woodcutting tickets. It's not about digitalization, it's a change of paradigm, because before present, the woodcutters could be issuing their own tickets by themselves. Now it all changes. Our territorial bodies are the only agencies who would be able to issue the digital woodcutting ticket. So it's very easy, whether it's legal woodcutting or illegal woodcutting. So we launch the patrols, or when we have any doubts about the legality of the woodcutting, we can easily verify whether the people have digital woodcutting ticket. So the system cannot be cheated. So it's very easy to check the legality of every woodcutting. Why is that important? Because now all the forest users will have equal terms and conditions. And it's important also to define the traceability, because every ticket involves the scope that was gathered as the result of the single woodcutting, meaning the amount of all the tickets issued, it is equal to a certain amount. So any other expert processing scopes would need to be equal to the amount of tickets issued. Then the production mechanism, that's still something that we're working. It's a transition from manual work to mechanized work. And I'm not talking about like the effectiveness and safety, but it's about traceability. Why is that important? Because modern equipment allows to do the accounting of the wood which is being produced. So you can see already some of the logics behind our actions. So we start counting from the very first step all the reserves that we have, and it allows us to do some sort of predictions and forecasting. The second shows the whole scope of product of wood produced based on these tickets. The third step would allow us to register the amount of wood that is already produced. Then the fourth step, which is a very kind of large, so we'll have 2 slides on that. That's logistics and transportation. This is a very important and sensitive aspect whenever we're talking about the transparent market. What have we done already? Well, currently, in 2021, we have an instruction on e-accounting of wood, and we've standardized the electronic shipment papers for the wood. So in 2023, we've introduced something new. There's the photo registration requirement. So every day, the different enterprises would create a lot of these shipment papers, and they would add the photos of this wood. So we receive on the daily basis these photos for our database. Why do we need this? That's to simplify the mechanism for our law enforcement agencies, to simplify the mechanism for verification of the wood. Because if you take a look at the shipment papers, there's a lot of, information mentioned, which is very specialized. Information on the kind of lot, on many other woods. So it's very hard for the law enforcement officers to kind of learn what it really means, what's mentioned on those shipment documents. But it's very easy because every shipment has a unique, look. That is why now the police or other representatives of law enforcement agencies, including the public, because they can verify everything without, going. You can see kind of a truck driving or taking the wood. You can easily verify whether this truck is supposed to to drive this wood or not supposed, or if it's supposed, how it should look like. So that's one of the new steps, and it demonstrates pretty high effectiveness, and they promote the forest users to transport only the legal batches, so to say, of the wood products. Now we're working to equip all the forest trucks with GPS trackers. Now, this is required in order to have kind of the full picture of how many forest trucks do we have. Besides, there will be information on the badge, on the shipment documents, and everything. So I would like to underline that this is related to all the kind of wood tracks, not only public, but the private as well. All the kind of sole proprietors, all the limited liability companies, all of their trucks will need to have the GPS trackers. We need to see the movement, the route, so that we would be able to understand where this truck is driving to. What else do we need to have in order to have this system as flawless one? We need to develop several digital tools. One of them is called like an electronic ticket. So it would allow the truck driver, the wood truck, to go to the loading place. So when we can see the drive, the truck moving towards the forest, it will have a need or kind of a substantiation. Why is that moving towards the forest? When it arrived to the place where the wood is being loaded, then they will have a separate shipment. So without the creation of this shipment papers, with photos, the forest truck would not, or the wood truck would not be able to leave the forest. So we are going to create a comprehensive bench of documents, and the verification is going to be done with the satellites. If the wood truck is starting to move without the shipment documents, then administrators of the system, they will see the signal, warning signal, and they would see that one of the forest trucks or wood trucks is violating the shipment rules. Then the electronic accounting of the wood, maybe you've heard about this. This is a kind of a digital citadel of our forest industry, and it covers a lot of databases. It knows all about the forest cutting tickets, about origin certificates and others. So it's responsible to answer the question, how many who produced the wood and whom it was sold to. You know, not many understand this, but I would like to underline the following fact. We were pretty much successful in digitalizing the part of the market which is related to the forest users. We've created this forest cutting tickets, the electronic shipment documents, then there's an electronic accounting of the wood, then we've did the digital certificate that I'll be mentioning later on. But when we are selling the wood, and let me remind you, starting from 2021, we're selling it only online at licensed trading platforms. So at this moment, we are kind of losing the understanding about what is happening to the wood on the internal market. Like on the one hand, we have digitalized the process related to the forest users, but whenever we're talking about the processing, about the business, about the expert, we have a very significant gap that everyone is using. Well, not everyone, but the one who wants to use it, he knows how to do that. So the first step, we would need to extend the electronic accounting of the wood to all the processing facilities. We would need to modernize the system, and this year we'll start doing that. And what else are we lacking? We would need to introduce a new platform, new tool, which would be called the electronic declaration system for any operations with the wood. And it would cover all the entities working on the wood market of Ukraine. All those doing the production of the wood, that would also be related to all those who's selling, who do reselling of the wood, who's producing anything out of the wood. So all the participants of the market, irrespective of their status, they will have such a chance, kind of a right and the obligation to declare all of the operations of the wood on the respective platform. Well, I believe you understand all this chain, all these declared operations. They should match with number 1 indicators, with number 2 indicators, with the amount of the sold wood, the amount of the wood for exports, and all of these operations will be compared in real-time mode with the documents, well, that we have. So this woodcutting ticket, like, it can be, flexible. It covers a certain amount of the wood product. If several exporters are referencing to the same woodcutting ticket that someone has the right to reference that, well, the other cannot do that because it won't have a logical reference to this document that we've elaborated. So the final step number 6, it's going to be a declaration system. This one is effectively working already for the public officials. We file the declaration, we show our operations, our incomes and spendings. The same thing will have for the parties on the wood market. For those willing to work openly and transparently, they will have all the tools, everything will be clear. Those who won't accept the new conditions, they won't have any possibilities to do that. The step number 7, that's the final part of our chain, and this is something that we've completed already. We've launched this in December 2023, and as of now, the certificates of the origin of the wood, well, there's already around 5,000 certificates were issued, and that means over 5,000 of shipments went out starting from December having those documents. What is the certificate of origin? That's the main document that every exporter needs if he wants to export the wood abroad. So export is impossible without the certificate. How it used earlier, there was a paper document. So our territorial agencies who issued those documents, they were dealing only with papers. Besides, they had no legitimate reasons to verify those papers and to understand whether this or that document is legal or not. Well, everything has changed in December 2023. Now the exporters are dealing with the absolutely clear kind of digital history. So it just asks that you would need to prove the traceability. So we have 2 initial documents. That's this e-ticket for woodcutting and the first shipment documents. If the exporter cannot prove the origin of the shipment that is supplied, then the export is impossible. So I would also like to tell you some more about how they launch. It took a couple of weeks for exporters to to understand how the system is working. Okay, well then there will be no story about the experts and how they accepted these rules. Well, thank you for your attention, and that's it for me. Well, thank you, Victor. And be ready that you'll be joined by many on the coffee break to hear the story. Surely, we'll have we have a very interesting panel. So let's move on. Because we'll go to the next speaker, to Mikhailo Yanchuk, the head of the State Agency for Water Resources of Ukraine. So the question about the conditions and perspectives of reforming the water industry, the water resources of Ukraine. And please remember the timing. So allow me to introduce the multi-level concept for reforming the water supply system of Ukraine. Currently, Ukraine is ranking 85th place out of over 40 in terms of water supply level. That's a mid-level. The number of rivers, well, that was already mentioned. The current infrastructure is fairly diversified. It's over 40,000 kilometers of open channels, over 43,000 of pipelines. There's a lot of pumping stations, protecting dams, and hydrotechnical facilities. At the same time, I would like to mention that as of now, the wear of infrastructure is around 93%, the wear out of infrastructure. As for the current organizational structure for the water supply system, it's fairly difficult. We have regional offices for water resources, then we have directives for the protection of reservoirs into regional departments for managing water resources that are currently reorganized. We have around 13,000 people working for us. Talking about the disadvantages of our current system, there's a lack of funding, there's a lack of control of the use of water, the awareness of the infrastructure, and the lack of unique product. We're currently working on the development of the vision, that is the strategy for the water sector, and one of the options to overcome the available disadvantages is dividing the function of implementing the state policy and kind of use of the water, because we're considering the possibility of establishing a special economic entity like a national joint stock company. So the purpose of this national joint stock company would be to create the product, which is 1 cubic meter of water, the accounting of water, the reduction of the water use, the optimization of the organizational processes, and the management of infrastructure. So the goal of the project are as follows. According to the assessment of international experts, we would need $1.4 billion in modernization and refurbishment of the infrastructure. We would need to optimize the losses through the introduction of new equipment and new management system. And surely we want to supply the economy by increasing the level of production of the equipment that is required to refurbish the infrastructure. According to international experts, the possible economic effect could be 1.2% of the additional increase of GDP. So the tools are the introduction of this system called e-water, the control over the use of water resources through automated accounting, digitalization of the water balances, and automatic accounting of the water consumption indicators. So we want to have it all digitalized. We want to have a monitoring of the water resources that would be accessible to everyone, so that everyone would understand which region has what level of or what quality of the water. And we would need to have the maps of projects of revitalization. We need to map out the implementation of the EU directives.
Restructuring of the water supply organization looks as follows. Water bodies and the pumping stations are used to supply water to the water distribution points, each of them being equipped with metering devices. It will make into a national just a company that will be wholly owned by the government. From there, the water will go to end consumers, individuals, agriculture, businesses, investors will be able to invest into a variety of projects that I'm going to briefly describe now and get some ROIs. Funds will be secured through international donor assistance, loans, grant facilities, all available sources of funding. Some of the key projects involve comprehensive flood preventing measures for the total value of $700 million. It will involve a refurbishment of embankments and water retaining structures. 1 hryvnia invested there will ultimately save up to 10 hryvnias of recovery efforts. We will be also looking into modernization and renovation of water supply in main lines. About $206 million will be needed for that. Some of the channels we have in mind, like the Severno-Krymsky and others, are temporarily under occupation, but we hope they will be deoccupied. There are also projects on hydropower generation, different types of them, for the total of more than 50 megawatts and repayment period within 10-year span. PVs, installation on water bodies. This will offer more than 100 gigawatts a year of additional electricity and 6-year repayment period. We're also considering the possibility of growing salix along the water channels over the space of about 4,000 hectares. More than $2 million will be received after the project becomes profitable after 3 years. We also have a roadmap, doing calculations to backstop legal regulations approved, and we are working on the concept. As soon as it is agreed and approved with government authorities, the parliament and the public, we hope it will be finally adopted as a separate law by the parliament, and then other legal regulations and bylaws will have to be made compliant with it, and that will kickstart operations of this national joint stock company. We intend to fully implement the project until the end of this year. Quite an ambitious goal, one would say, but it is quite doable with proper support of the public, the government, and the international community. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mikhailo. You were concise and to the point, and we have just a bit of time left to hear on important topics from two more speakers. Please welcome Marina Surkova, the president of the Association of Animal Protection Organizations in Ukraine. She will be speaking about how to defend animal rights in Ukraine and what changes are needed in this domain. Yeah, thank you, Alexander. Defending the animal rights in Ukraine. Well, from the bats, I'm chairing the relevant Association of Animal Protection Organizations. We have 46 organizations as our members across Ukraine. They are united by a common goal of animal protection. So it may seem too general as a statement, because if we speak about animal rights, Yulia was right when she mentioned that under the current legislation, animals are objects, and they have no rights under the current legislation again, while being living creatures and being able to feel pain, horror, all other emotions that we share with them. They have no rights, and they have no voice. So we do our best to be the defenders, protectors, and their voice for the purpose. Still, I'd like to outline that animals enjoy natural rights. Back in 2006, a law was adopted in Ukraine to protect animals from grievous and harmful treatment that kick-started like official level of our animal protection activities. At the beginning, animal activists were people well in their 50s, mostly looking after cats, dogs. Now the animal protection activities can be seen as covering a wide spectrum of animals. We have 3 categories of them, like pets, cats, dogs, agricultural animals, and wild ones. the wild ones being both those in captivity and living in their natural habitats. Question is, do they all enjoy similar levels of protection? According to the law, yes. We also have criminal responsibility for bodily harm or killing of an animal, and it may bring up to 8 years behind bar, which is the highest punishment worldwide. Not a single other country having that. I am pleased about it. I think it will help the public humanize, and it helped the people feeling more responsibility over animals. But again, back to the question of whether all of the animals enjoy some level of protection. On the one hand, again, yes, because if one kills a wild animal in captivity, or a pet, or an agricultural enemy, and if the killing is done in an unusually inhumane way, there will be responsibility. But the most protection is reserved for the pets. Agricultural enemies have a bit less of it, and our Ukrainian national legislation has lesser regulation in terms of agricultural animals. Wild animals kept in captivity, have more or less good level of protection. In 2008, we were able, jointly with MPs, to push a bill. It was to ban the keeping of lions, bears, other large voracious animals in captivity. The least protected animals in Ukraine are the wild ones living in their natural habitats. We still have hunting practices here, and the killing of an animal deemed the one fit for hunting, we call it legitimized killing, but it is still there. Now, there are also lab animals that are being used in labs, and they endure huge suffering throughout the lifespan. Wild animals may enjoy at least part of their lives in a normal way, and lab animals have it the worst. So the animal protection movement is rather developed in Ukraine because the state pays little attention to matters of animal protection. The police, back in Soviet time, also in post-Soviet Republic, there has been a very popular perception of stray animals as some rubbish that does not deserve any protection. We see that the police have started shifting their behaviors. We do their best to support them in that, but the animal protection movement is still very much needed. Our activists are exactly the pioneers in matters of animal protection. We collaborate with the police. We try to teach them how to handle situations. You can jot down a very nice piece of legislation, but it will remain a dead document, not observed or implemented by anyone. Meanwhile, we need the police to be able to effectively use the legislation to mitigate the situation. And animal protection movements does its best to cooperate with local governments, with central government, other institutions to bring more refinements into the legal regulatory field. Again, initially it was just a matter of individual volunteers, babushkas and others, 60+, doing something. Now we have many more young people, 18, even younger than that, actively being engaged in that. So the average age of our members is at about 25. We see better gender balance, more gays joining us, and the movement has become professional in terms of us having all sorts of experts, even doctors of sciences, in some animal sciences, in jurisprudence, which makes us better suited to help the central government, local self-government in their efforts to protect animals, to show everyone that we can be a civilized country. We were able to integrate many breakthrough regulations and norms into our legislation. Some of them were borrowed from the European one. Together with Yulia, we were able to push through with the Bill 2351. We have one legislative innovation prohibiting people with previous convictions of cruelty against animals to have more of the animals. We have some other bans implemented, like the one to leave the animal tied outside the shop, the ban on keeping animal inside vehicles in favorable conditions, like in heat season. Together with the Ministry for Environment, we are working on a piece of legislation to protect wolves within the spirit of Berne Convention, and we thank Alexander Krasnoludsky for his involvement. Under the convention, wolves are a protected species. Well, in some countries they are hunting animals, but there are some quotas for that. If we look at the area, the whole area of Ukraine, and the number of animals within Ukraine, you will see that the specific number of wolves per, say, square kilometer will be lesser than in most of the countries members of the Berne Convention. So we do hope to start by labeling wolves as the hunting animal that will have some quota limitations, and we hope we will move on from there to have it as endangered species. We work together with Yulia on additional measures, on that we try to be as helpful as we can. We do hope that the government hears us on that. We do want zoo police in the country. We've been told this is not the right time for it, but, you know, defending one's life is always relevant, is always on time. And I think with more attention towards the lives of animals, there will be some positive change also towards human individuals. And if we are better able to protect animals, it will mean better protection for humans as well. Thank you, Marina. And we have one more panelist. Please welcome Sergei Yuzvenko, Director of the Arboretum Reserve Mezhegirya. I plead with you, Sergei, though, to stick to the time allotted, because we are overstaying the time with our quite interesting panel, thus limiting other panels in their ability to deliver. So please be very concise in describing what has been achieved so far in Mezhegirya and what are your plans. Good afternoon, dear friends, dear guests. So I represent a recreational national reserve that has the national listed status with a special protection status, actually, in terms of its operation. It's being coordinated by the Ministry for Environment Protection. We are located in Novy Petrivtsi, Kyiv Oblast. The adoption of laws by the parliament attests to some practical steps to restore responsible and democratic attitude towards these matters. And we had a law signed by President Zelensky to restore people's ownership of this jewel of natural habitats. The law adopted specifically to safeguard the complex I represent offers strong protection with proper regard of its natural, historic, aesthetic and other value, contributing to proper protection of everything. The history of this park is unique. This is the first case in the history of our independent country. The area used to be like private residence of the President of Ukraine, and now we see it being restored to national ownership as a national reserve. Every plant planted there, every facility, every infrastructure, well, they used to be manifestations of corruptions at the top of the country. A good example of human greed of those who have unlimited access to government funds. The building of the facility costed the nation 1.2 billion hryvnias minimum. Now we plan to use this also as a measure to visualize the scope of corruption that the country went through. It should be visible to every visitor from Ukraine, from abroad. Check this bonsai on the left. It costed almost 50,000 hryvnias to have it built and created there. Or the set of ponds on the right that costed about 8,000 hryvnias a square meter. It is not comparable against the meager salaries of people, and we will have these figures included in the park guides for every visitor to better understand that everything in the park can be really priced as a weight of gold equivalent. There are multiple plant and animal species kept there, many of them having protected status. They have some unique oaks from 400 to 500 years old. We have a unique 100 years old Acer ring there. The territory of the park is on the border with the Emerald Belt, which allows cohabitation of a number of unique plants and animal species protected under Resolution number 6 of Berne Convention on the protection of natural flora and fauna in Europe.
Okay, so the park confirms its belonging to the World and Global Natural Reserve community. So some of the species that are protected, well, 36 species are provided under the are secured or protected in accordance to the Berne Convention. Then 10 species are included into the first and second annex of the Berne Convention. Then 4 species are listed in the Red Book of Ukraine. 1 species is included into the first annex of the Washington Treaty on the Prevention of the Trade of Certain Flora and Fauna. The age structure of measure here is confirmation that Ukraine, as a European country, has over 10,000 years of history from the standpoint of tourist attraction. We need to underline this. Mezhyhirya is a wonderful place close to Dnieper, in the valley in between of the mountains. This is where the Kyivo-Mezhyhirskiy monastery was founded, that existed during the times of the Kiev Rus and until 1937. Started with the Kiev Princess of Yurikovichi, the Princess Olha. It was Princess Olha who founded the Mezhyhirya monastery, which is truly very important for the history and the heritage, because the Roman, because some of the books that she used were initially originated from the monastery. There is also a legend that Mezhyhirya has the library of Yaroslav the Wise that was once hidden in the, well, underneath the monastery. The kings of Poland and Sweden have issued the security documents to the monastery. Mr. Serhiy, we are very limited in time, so I guess we won't be able to listen to the rest of your presentation. So please, we are already told that the next panel is very soon. So if you go to slide 8. So the modern Mezhyhirya is a unique park which is available for everyone to visit. It's a great example of parks. It's the place for meeting of international experts. It's a place for rehabilitation of adults and youth. It's the center for the environmental education. And surely it's one of the tourist attractions of Ukraine. We are happy to kind of cooperate. We are open for proposals. Thank you for your attention. I'm very grateful to the panelists and will be passing the floor in the very end. I would like to remind that we had Alexander Krasnoludsky, the first deputy of the Ministry of Environment, Yulia Ovchinnikova, the Member of Parliament of Ukraine, and you can support the panelists with your applause. We had Viktor Smar, the head of the State Agency for Forest Resources of Ukraine. We had Mikhail Yanchuk, head of the State Agency for Water Resources of Ukraine. We had Marina Surukova, the president of the All-Ukrainian Association of Public Organizations, and Serhiy Yuzvenko, the director of the park called Mezhyhirya. So we are very grateful to you. So big thanks to Alexander for this session. We are grateful to the panelists as well. Please take your seats in the audience. Alexander, thank you for keeping the time. Yes, we are kind of running out of the time a bit, but we'll try to make sure we'll do everything in time. So we'll have some presentation by Yuri Volkhovets, General Director of the State Enterprise Forest of Ukraine. By the way, talking about the forest, but after this panel, I will never look at the Ukrainian forest as something that has no declarations or no digital processes. Now, talking about the LiDAR, by the way, the iPhones have implemented something like that. It doesn't mean that you can digitalize the forest as well and help the Ukrainian state in this case, but it's wonderful that such technologies are being used by the Ukrainian state enterprises. So, an interesting moment, I'm not sure if you've seen this moment, all the panelists were best prepared, I think, for their statements, because we've seen the
significant number of presentations from our panelists, and we're waiting for one more presentation on the forest. So we are almost close to the middle of our event. We're currently going to have two more presentations by Yuri Bolukhovets and by Yevgenia Popovich. And she's representing the Department of Digital Transformation. And she will have a video plus the presentation. And I guess we'll need some more time to prepare this. Now, whether Yuri is ready with his presentation? Okay. At least he would need a microphone for us to hear. And for all of you been sitting too much, I just wanted to say that after those presentations, we will have a large break, maybe in around 30 minutes or 40 minutes, because we are out of the time already, but we have to finish in due time as planned. Let me remind you as well that it's already the second forum called United for Nature. It's called Agenda for Ukraine. The previous forum took place in October together with the Office of the Prosecutor General. It was called United for Justice, United for Nature. Now, this event is an important platform for holding Russia accountable and restoring the fair peace. And today we've already heard the representatives of the diplomatic establishments of various countries. We had ministers of environment of Romania, Bulgaria, and Moldova. And of course, these are representing the countries that we have common relationship with, and we surely understand that the environment, the nature are borderless, just as Ukrainian forests will tie us to our neighboring countries. So, Yuri, you have the floor. So, Yuri Bolukhovets, the General Manager of State Enterprise Forests of Ukraine. Greetings. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to have this presentation to inform on some of the outcomes and the plans for our activity. So the reform of the forest industry is something we required so much. A lot of years ago, there were several attempts by the previous government, but indeed, 2022 was a decisive year for us. We have received three fundamental documents. That's the decree of the president, the decision of National Security and Defense of Ukraine, and finally the resolution of the government that clearly instructed us with the reform of the industry. That was a pretty difficult and ambitious task. And clearly, we understood there were many challenges. And there were many questions about timeliness of this reform, but as the Euro Commissioner said, there's no bad time for good reforms. So, the main tasks for us, for our team, were as follows. The establishment of a new structure that would be aligned with the European kind of standards that would be able to secure the forests more effectively, to increase the forests by attaching new territories, new forests, in order to preserve the biodiversity. We will never create the artificial forest that will be better than the natural one. And of course, the better management of the forestry by having more nature-oriented approaches. And in January 2023, we've started this newly established state enterprise Forests of Ukraine. We'll show you some brief information on the results we managed to achieve over 2023. And this is the work of a big number of people. The main task of any enterprise surely is receiving income, and the income allows to kind of have a turnover, to have more investments into the restoration of the forests. So
before the Reformation, 360 forest enterprises, they gave a total income of around 200 million hryvnia. You can see that on the slide. Well, if you take a look at the income, that's the first one. Then the state enterprises from the south and in the east, they received around 350 million hryvnia as state support. So it wasn't an efficient industry for the state. So over the first year of the work of the state enterprise, we have received 3.2 billion income. We are not receiving any state funds because Ukraine has other directions to spend money, but still the enterprises have significantly developed their financial condition. The income allows us to invest more money into the protection of forests, protection against forests. We can see some results already into the establishment of the modern European kind of seed protection system and seed collection system that allows us to restore the damaged forest in a fast manner. Then construction of the sophisticated recreational infrastructure and the development of the forest roads. That would allow to reduce the cost of the wood products, and it's also very important for the social development of the remote territories and development of the recreational possibilities. Now, as for the payment of taxes, that was one of the conditions of the regulation of the Cabinet of Ministers. Before the reform, the companies were paying around 6 million as taxes, and we've already paid 10.5 billion hryvnia as income tax. So surely that's some sort of a burden for the enterprise, but that's our contribution to the national economy. With the development of financial indicators, we've managed to increase the salary. So this is not the maximum indicators. We have ambitious goals for next year. There will be also a salary increase for the low-level workers, those who work directly in the forests. The maid salary was around 8,000 hryvnia, and during the first year, we had the average salary of 22,000 hryvnia. Now, the key task for the forest employees is the protection of forests against the fires. That's the main protection, in part related with forest protection, forest security. On the average, the enterprises had around 14,000 hectares of forests per year. This indicator was different. There were 1919, 1920 with record-breaking fires, over 50,000 hectares all around the country. That was a big challenge for us. So what do we need to do in order to reduce the fires? We've learned the experience of Turkey, the Baltic countries, and we've selected some key indicators for ourselves. We understand that we need to identify and respond very fast to any outbreak of fire, and surely to offer some alternatives to the people, because 99% of the forest fires are human factor. That's the violation of the fire rules. We've ensured the monitoring over the pine forests. We've ensured that every forest enterprise has a transport, has the tools that allow to extinguish the fire very fast. We've not just the limitation, we're not just limited the visit of people to the forest, but instead we've constructed a lot of recreational facilities. There's over 100 of them that were constructed previously here, so that the people may be using them to have recreation in the forest. Unfortunately, we had some tragical events when people were dying in the forests by neglecting the rules related to the mining of the forests, and in 1 year we've managed to reduce the number of fires by 30 times. Now, talking about the restoration recovery of forests, we have a lot of forests that were damaged or destroyed. A lot of hectares were affected by the combat operations, and over 1 million hectares of forests are mined forests or some sort of limited forest. There's some limitations imposed by the military against them. Now, restoring in a high-quality manner of those forests, that's our major task. And there was an initiative by the President of Ukraine, it's called the Green Ukraine. That's the initiative providing for the planting of around 1 million trees, 1 billion trees, in fact, of new trees over a certain period of time. Surely the war had impacted that initiative, so we've kind of delayed that by 1 year, but this program is being effectively implemented now. And you can see on the slide that we've managed to double the number of plantings, the establishment of new forests, as well as the repair of those plantings that were damaged by the war. The state enterprise Forests of Ukraine is surely supporting the armed forces of Ukraine. In 2022, we've provided some supplies for the armed forces for a total amount of over 1 billion hryvnia. So that's the resources that we've provided directly from our enterprises. Primarily, that's wood, that's cars, many others. In 2023, it was also a large amount of wood, over 100,000 square meters or cubic meters of wood that were primarily used for the construction of the fortification construction. Transport, over 120 vehicles were allocated to the armed forces of Ukraine. Surely we're working on the international assistance, and our colleagues from Baltic countries, from Poland, they are making a significant contribution in support of the armed forces of Ukraine.
We continue with those contacts and expand them. That's it from my side in a nutshell, because we've been pressed for it, but I'm ready to field your questions, if any. Thank you, Yuri. There will be questions definitely, but maybe after this official part. Thank you for this information and fact-laden presentation. Mr. Bolokhovets from the Forestry Administration. And please welcome Evgenia Popovich, Director of the Digital Transformation and Public Services Department at the Ministry for Environment Protection. The paper world is detrimental and dangerous for those who want to survive or want to change it. Meet the digital world, friendly to people, businesses. Ecosystema is a range of convenient electronic services for business persons. It has been in operation for 2 years and already has results to report. It allows submitting and receiving documents. More than 60,000 of them have been already received. 2,850,000 days have been saved by businesses. 7.5 million pages were saved from being printed. More than 880 trees are being preserved each day thanks to the system. At the electronic registries, the impossibility of forging documents, no intermediaries when decisions are being made. Decisions can be made in just 1 day. Digital services are being used by almost 90% of applicants. Ecosystema, unique electronic platform. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Yes, digitization of environment and ecological matters continues, and we have 5 key points of our ecosystem. No paper, no corruption, no refusals, no weekends, no forged documents or signatures. It is operating 24/7, unlike previous time when we did have weekends. Speaking of the past year and how it was for the system, I think it was a breakthrough year for our flagship electronic product. We have 1 million of Ukrainians using the system, and this is a signature amount. We have 900,000 visitors from the public. We have more than 100,000 of business users. We have 12 policies in place, and we can openly claim that we've issued 70,000 more documents.
Головними з них є реєстр РВПЗ, реєстр викидів та перенесення забруднювачів.
We have a registry of emissions and polluters transfer. We committed the previous year to include the public into the monitoring of any environment-related actions. It started in 2025, but it became operational, full operational in 2023. And the registry allows registering polluters and any changes in the status. We have also a registry, an EIA registry, which is available to community members, ensuring their participation in decisions making. The year 2023 also saw the launch of a waste management system, version 1.0. It also included paperless declaration function. We've introduced better stock-taking of pollutions using IMAP protocol. In 2023, the user cabinets had all types of documents included for everyone willing to operate within this environmental domain. We also boast an e-forest system that is able to provide wood certificates. In terms of waste management, there is a tool in the system to provide security and safety certificates for waste, also waste transported abroad for processing. Some 5 key services include the Oferta, the agreement on the system use between relevant institutions and ministries. It can be signed online. We have an electronic waste accounting system, and it will be able to automatically generate waste management and accumulation forms. Waste transfer service is also available. We have people-less test operation of the system, providing permits on atmospheric emissions. I think it will be in great demand among businesses who regularly spend a lot of time waiting for paper documents issued to them. And we also are going to offer an online report based on those permits. To summarize the results of 2023, so we have 7.5 million of pages not printed thanks to the center. We've saved nearly 3 million days, waiting days for businesses. We allowed saving nearly 300,000 liters of petroleum, petrol, sorry. And here is a glimpse of some new services to be introduced on the system. Any economic agent will be able to get all the documents online using the system. The bodies in charge of issuing permits and authorizations, they will be offered also new functionality. We also have a service called Environmental Threat Ekozagroza. We launched it with the advent of the full-scale invasion. The service allows our nationals to check for air raid alerts, to know better about first-hand reaction in case of any sort of environmental threat. In 2023, this system has been updated with some added functionality. We have 5,000 environmental monitoring outposts to look for air, water, and radiation pollution. And some 89 countries worldwide are using the system for their own purpose, and we are not going to take a break with it. We want to institute public control over polluters. We want to create so-called environmental passports for practically every dot on the map, and we want to institute a better water and air monitoring capacity with air quality index in place. Thank you. Thank you, Evgenia. I think after the presentation like this, the next panel moderator will have to use some tablet, not the bunch of papers I've used. Shame on me. And we thank Evgenia from the Digital Transformation Department at the Ministry for Environmental Protection. And we have about 40 minutes of recess. I will be happy to see you back in 40 minutes.
Триває міжнародний форум з питань довкілля United for Nature Agenda
And we
for Ukraine.
continue with our United for Nature Agenda for Ukraine forum. Please meet the next panel on the reform of state environmental control. Please welcome Lina Kramarenko, Igor Zubkovich, acting head of the state environmental inspection, and Helena Kravchenko from Ecologia Prava Людина NGO. You have 15 minutes for you. Good afternoon, dear forum participants. Today, my colleagues and I are going to present to you our vision of re-establishing a transparent and understandable, clear-cut state environmental control system in Ukraine, which would enjoy trust from all the stakeholders, from businesses, from the public, from the government. As previous speakers have already mentioned it several times, the environmental control is a cross-cutting topic in all aspects of nature preservation. Because of that, the Institute of State Environmental Control in a European format created at the time when Ukraine is fending off the Russian invasion. Well, I think this is a time when this idea undergoes a stress test of survival, and there's no more time to wait. We need to actively design the environmental control system in line with current environmental standards. Quality, taking stock of environmental damage, is one of the important components of the exercise. Ukraine is among the biggest EU countries in terms of its territory, with sizable forests, more than 3,000 rivers, very rich bioresource, more than 72,000 of species. Meanwhile, the inspectors of the State Inspectorate of Environmental Control are heavily overstretched. Imagine an inspector having to oversee 1,000 enterprises, hundreds of square kilometers of territory. Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion by the Russian Federation against Ukraine, we were able to a bit optimize the State Environmental Inspectorate to improve the efficiency in cooperation with the Ministry for Interior, State Service for Emergencies, Ministry of Defense. They've been busily taking stock of the damage inflicted, losses, and compensation estimates. 7 new techniques have been implemented for that, and in the scope of MOUs with PwC, we have an analysis exercise carried out by PricewaterhouseCoopers. The data are accessible for the public. They're in open format, and this is a part of the overall system for threat monitoring. Exactly at the time of the tragedy at Kakhovska hydropower plant, some of the inspectors were able to put their accumulated ideas and experience to good practice. The war has already inflicted more than 4 billion hryvnias worth of damage. Meanwhile, we see that the system of environmental control is in bad need of changes and improvements, not just to streamline the red tape, but also it requires some systemic in-depth changes, also in the positions and views of the officials. The old-time environmental control system that was heavily based on punishment is really more outdated and has to be mothballed in favor of a more modern system. There are huge legislative gaps, there are corruption risk involved, the equipment and lab equipment available to the service is subpar, and professional level of its inspectors is not to the desired extent. And because of these challenges, some specific steps to reform the state environmental control system have been designed with an intention of leaving the punishment-based system back in history, with the clear understanding of the need to reshape its human resource policy. And I'd like to pass the floor over to Igor Zubovich, who is the chair of one of inspectorates, to tell more about expected changes. Good afternoon, dear forum participants, dear guests. It's really an important event. I'm starting by saying that the reform of the State Environmental Control has long been overdue. The State Environmental Inspectorate is unfortunately burdened with a function not proper for its mandate. Our staff are really willing to come back to the peaceful life, to properly do the job as they used to, but as we are in a protracted war with continued aggression, it is not yet possible. Now, coming back to the idea of reform, there is a range of challenges, and Irina correctly mentioned the many problems that the Inspectorate has. First of all, it is necessary to adopt a national law on state environmental control. Next, we need to digitize the process. We've started using the threat assessment e-system designed by the Ministry for Environment Protection. We do everything possible to digitize our experience so that everyone, and not just in Ukraine, is able to see the results. We see our next step as the one of improving the professional level of our staff. We will use the support of our international partners to improve the technical provision of our labs and chapters across the country. Last but not least, we intend to offer more job opportunities for those who fought in the army, to give them a new lease of life, peaceful life, in our Inspectorate. Our vision of the State Environmental Inspectorate is the one of a single oversight institution with some 8,000 staff. They will be distributed per territory. Each of them will be tasked with overseeing about 182 economic agents and some 75.5 square kilometers of territory. The approaches to be professed include technology, prevention, transparency, result-orientedness, HR policy. As regards the new system of state control that we suggest, in our view, it should comprise two levels. The first one, Ukraine will be mapped. We will have a map with bits of territory distributed, and there will be inspectors, probably locals, assigned to roam the assigned plots every day to see what is happening. It will be his or her responsibility. He or she will have to properly register all types of offense or incidents, and the person will be in charge of all types of resources on the plot. Secondly, there will be a function of decisions to be made at the level of the Central Inspectorate, also in terms of regular and inspections and down raids. There will be a change in the overall approach towards the controlling office operation. We are going to switch from just looking after delinquents and bringing them to responsibility towards more preventative measures. The current system has 18 territorial and interterritorial chapters. From the practice, from our research, we see that it would be advisable to reduce their number to have 12, I would say, counties. After the deoccupation of the Donetsk, Luhansk Oblast and the Crimea, there will be 12 of them. We've started started working on registering environmental crimes on the territory of the Crimea, even now, and we also presented the public with a dashboard containing information about environmental crimes committed on the territory of the Crimea. No reform is possible without proper material support. With the view of it, we are going to use partners, their capacities to create 12 regional labs in line with all European standards to have correct and on-time measurements. We are the only authority today to calculate estimates of damage committed by Russian Federation's aggressors. And to properly calculate the damage, we will need modern technologies, nicely equipped labs, and trained professionals to handle the function. Cost estimate for a lab like this is in the range of 92 million hryvnias, and we really count on international partners and donors to help us with buying them. Thank you for your attention. Dear Olena, you can add with your vision of how the public, the civic society sees the reform. Well, I am not representing not just the public, but even the whole of the environmental movement, just a part of it. And with your permission, I'd like to give you a glimpse of our idea of such control, and definitely 15 minutes won't be enough to cover all of the topic, and because there are many minute things to look into, and you know that the devil hides in the detail. We've spoke to the chair of the Environmental Committee in the Parliament, committee members. We will expect that the ministry will be able to present the algorithm behind this new updated law in much detail, because the whole reform will ultimately depend on the mechanism inside. I would like rather to comment of how overdue the reform has been. Actually, it should have started at the time of our gaining our independence in 1991. We did inherit a faulty Soviet system with non-performing controls and oversight. Some of the recent criminal cases opened because of crimes in the forestry sector are confirmation of that. We had quite a positive presentation today of the forestry representative, but for some reason he omitted the gray zone with illegal logging. We heard nearly nothing about how water bodies are being affected by the illegal logging, other such problems. These are all due to poor efficiency of this control authority. The new approach and new piece of legislation that we've just heard about is based on recommendations, analysis, also from the European Parliament and the European Council from 2001. It does comply with some recommendations from the OECD. They published them in 2023. And it specifically concerns recommendations on environmental control. And still, the reform is really a very topical matter for us from the point of view of the public. Surely the paradigm has to change. This body should become a preventative one with the key function of preventing any further deterioration of the condition of environment, of habitats, as much as possible. The body will have to oversee the observance of environmental legislation, but for the body to be efficient, to perform as intended, it will have to have a range of measures and tools available to it to prevent corruption risks, particularly through clear-cut procedures and processes, should include regular inspections, down raids, timely response to applications, and the procedures to be instituted in a new body will have to be really cross-linked and transparent. The territorial units will have to have more responsibility, also in terms of their responsibility for the decisions they make. And the central office of this inspectorate will be rather in charge of analysis, dialogue with businesses, particularly compliant businesses. It will have to explain the rules, and it will have to institute a good dialogue with the public, not like greenwashing, but some real dialogue, explaining the need for a balance between economic development and nature preservation, social interests. I think this trialogue will ultimately result in success of the reform. And a couple of more ideas. The relevance of the reform is furthermore increased by this full-scale war. As a public representative, I cannot completely trust the facts collected so far and how verified they are. I mean, particularly data about deoccupied territories, and this is also about facts of the effect of military action on environment. Because effectively, there hasn't been any real criminal case opened in respect of the hostilities' impact on the environment. The importance of the reform is also in the fact that it will provide correct, verified results, ensuring proper professional cooperation between the General Prosecutor's Office, Ministry for Environment Protection, and the reformed or newly established Environmental Control Authority. All these components working together will enable us to gather all the inspection functions with one authority. And if we are successful with the reform, we will be able to successfully comply with Clause 8 of Presidential Peace Formula, without which it will remain just a declaration. Without that, it won't be just about this Clause 8 being inoperational. It will mean that our environmental reform is endangered. So I think we are exactly at the turning point, and hopefully it will be a turn in the right direction. Thank you. Well, actually, everything Elena has mentioned is reflected in our strategic vision and the bill that we are working on together now. And really, today we can say that we are turning back to the nature rather than limiting ourselves to just business inspections. Our inspection officers are going to work with a wider range of functions, rather checking for the observance of environmental law requirements. So this is the key target of this new piece of legislation that we surely need. So we strongly focus on that. We strongly focus on challenges described by businesses, by civic society activists, and we want to transit all the way from a punishing body to the one that can do something positive in a preventive mode. We need to make sure that environmental inspectors are really helpers of businesses, sincerely willing to become environmentally responsible ones. With your permission, just one more thought. The reform will have to stop the standoff between the state environmental control inspectorate and the state regulatory service. The reform will need to find a balance with which the government will be able to exercise control of the condition of the environment and observance of the legislation. And I think the state regulatory service will be the inspection authority itself, like helping this newly established body to better perform. Yes, the environment is suffering immensely, and it will take much more funds to at least restore the nature to its previous condition. Another big responsibility this new body will face is about making everything possible to get reparations, to make good for the damage inflicted on the nature of the. I think it will be a test of statehood among ministerial employees, government officials, showing everyone if we really are to become a democratic country with clean environment.
Okay, so thank you. We come up with a discussion in a small conversation plus a presentation. It's good when different state agencies are finding common language and engaging others. So as we prepare ourselves for the next panel, we have two more panels for today, and they will cover a lot. So we keep up the pace, good time, so we'll have reform of the management as these waste as part of the circular economy. And one more thing, someone lost their AirPods during the break, so if this is the case, if you identify that you have lost your device, so here I have it. And we were originally planning to work until 18:10. We might have a small delay, but still we're calling upon our panelists to make sure we keep the timelines as planned. And I'll inform that this session will be moderated by Svetlana Berzina, the head of the Civil Council of the Ministry of Environment. So she will introduce the panelists to you right now. Svetlana, are you ready? Yes, just a second. We are gathering everyone. Okay, I believe almost everyone have joined us. Once again, I already have my own AirPods, so please take yours. So, Svetlana, you have the floor. One more thing, as the moderator, as the timekeeper, I would like to remind you about the time limitations. You have 55 minutes and not a minute more. Thank you for your instructions. Dear friends, greetings on this panel of the sustainable waste management as the prerequisite for the circular economy. Let me remind you that we'll be talking about the hierarchy of waste management, which is considered as the basis for the EU acquis. It prevents the wasted preparation for the further use, recycling, disposal, generation of energy resources, transportation to landfills and burials. Now that structure has to work at the national level as well as at the regional and local community level, also at certain enterprises and households. The circular economy model is considered as a tool to implement the European Green Deal, and this model is designed to support the business model that are focusing on the second use of the material, like use of recycled materials and recycling. And surely these components that we'll be covering today, they are interrelated, and they support the implementation of the Green Deal. So today we'll be talking about this together with Evgenia Popovich, the Director for the Department of Digital Transformation of Electronic Public Procurements, and the Waste Management of the Ministry of Environment. We'll have Oleg Bondarenko, head of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Environmental Policy, Volodymyr Buzhan, expert from the Center of the Economic Recovery. He's the expert of many projects of international technical support. We have Natalia Kozlovska, Deputy Minister of Infrastructure of Ukraine, and she's coordinating the activity on implementation, the tasks and functions of the ministry in terms of implementation of state policy in areas of construction, urban development, technical regulations, architectural control, etc. Lesya Karnau, Deputy Head of the Kyiv City State Administration. We have Taras Galyuzhny. He'll be joining us online, the State of the Public Enterprise Green City. Unfortunately, Taras couldn't join us, so he'll be working with us online. So, dear participants, we have some time for the discussion, so as a moderator, I will have a chance to ask some additional questions to you. So please kind of make sure you will have time for that. So let's pass the floor to Evgenia Popovich, the head of department at the Ministry of Environment Protection. Please. Greetings. Let's watch a small video and then go straight to the main topic of our discussion. What's the change of the approach to waste management? Out of all the household waste, we sort only 5.6%, and 1.4% is incinerated. The rest goes to landfills. The illegal landfills is a big problem for our country. According to previous assessments, we have around 33,000 of them. The illegal landfills that do not up to the standards, they have an impact on the environment. It results in the wildfires and they might also impact the environment because the bio-waste, they generate methane that has a significant greenhouse effect. The waste they cause fires, they impact the health. The recultivation of the landfill in Lviv started after the fire, killing 4 people. But this is not a resolution of the problem. The main issue that the waste management industry was not working was the lack of the legislative basis with clear requirements to waste management and recycling. The reform is all about decentralization of functions, a new permit system, new operating rules for the landfills, development of the infrastructure for waste management. So, in developing the waste management industry, we take a look at the experience of our Western partners like Germany, UK, Switzerland, and currently the Ministry have signed 5 memorandums on the development of the waste management infrastructure. We're still preparing the package of documents for the potential investors. Thank you. So, starting on the 9th of July, we've the law on waste management entered into power, and we started the implementation of the reform. Now, it doesn't mean that we got up on the 9th of July and we already have all the infrastructure for waste management, or we have the landfills that comply with certain norms, at least with the environmental protection and environmental security norms. No. We kind of see, based on the EU experience, that some of the EU countries have achieved results, well, but they needed like 20 or 30 years to have them, and they continue changing the legislation in order to solve certain challenges that arise during the implementation of the EU norms and directives. Well, the framework law that entered into power on the 9th of July, it set up some main principles, which is the decentralization of waste management and the development of the infrastructure for waste management. So currently, the ministry has drafted a number of legislation on establishing certain rules and legislative norms in waste management, like national classifier and the wastes and other dangerous and other types of waste. I'm not going to be listing and mentioning all the legislation that were approved, but still, the law on waste management introduces wider responsibility for the producer. So the ministry have elaborated this law, has developed it law, and supplied it for the Verkhovna Rada's approval. It's a law covering packaging and some other aspects. Our EU, the experience of EU countries says that all the countries who started this reform, they had a very difficult path. The path of changing the awareness of the population, as well as the changing of the understanding of the waste management system by the local and central executive authorities. So, the ministry, in order to ensure a high-quality planning of the waste management, which is the have developed the National Waste Management Plan, which is currently under the environmental assessment process, and will be considered with the interested parties that are related to or to the generation of certain types of wastes. Surely, there's a lot of challenges for local and central self-government authorities while talking about the creation of the infrastructure. Still, we're not saying that because of decentralization that's clearly your functions. No, no, no. Thanks to the memorandums signed by the ministry with certain regions, that's Ivano-Frankivska, Odessa, Poltavska, Kyivska, and Zakarpatska, total of 5 regions that are starting pilot projects on the development of infrastructure for waste management. They will have a waste management, waste recycling factory, and this model was elaborated by the ministry. It gave the roadmap to the others who signed memorandum with us, and currently we are searching for the investors who will be engaged in the direct construction of this infrastructure. It's important to mention that under a condition of the full-scale aggression, Ukraine while implementing the reform of the waste management is facing three challenges. First is the financial factor, because we understand that in order to terminate these illegal landfills and to do the recultivation of some of the landfills that are not up to the standards, we need funding. Second, that's a human resource. We understand that. The male population is currently engaged in combat operations. They're defending all of us as the result of this armed aggression. Now, the third component is this technical aspect. Now, these are the best practices that we can learn in the EU member countries. Now, this is how we've built our roadmap on the improvement of the waste management infrastructure on the territory of the regions that I've mentioned. Now, it's also critically important the recultivation of the waste recycling sites like landfills and others, because we saw that the fire broke out on the Lviv landfill, and it took 3 or 4 days to kind of extinguish that, and 4 people have been killed. And now we have the project that even during the military aggression, we can achieve certain results. We can ensure the recultivation of certain facilities. So thank you. Yes, thank you for such an important statement. Surely there will be questions to Evgenia, so please kind of wrote them down and be ready for the further discussion. Let me pass the floor to Lech Bondarenko, and I would like to ask him to focus on implementation of the reforms in the field of waste management as the main kind of locomotor for some of the changes, and the vision of this reform during the war, because the topic of waste would require a lot of funding, while we do have a lot of problems on our hands. So 4 years ago, when our young committee, so to say, on environmental policy and use of natural resources started its activity on the Verkhovna Rada of the 9th convocation. So we were asked, like, do everything but do not touch the waste management topic. So that is the kind of gray area. And only the great business is earning money on the waste. But on the other point, we heard that waste is like a gold, but you cannot intimidate the Verkhovna Rada committee, so we've combined our efforts together with the Ministry of Infrastructure, Ministry of Environmental Protection, and we've made a very large step towards the implementation of reform. Back in 2022, during the full-scale aggression, we've completed the draft framework law on waste management and finally approved it. So we've also provided for 1 year on the implementation of subordinate legislation, and it launched into several directions. We changed the public opinion on whether there is a need for us to implement a waste management system or not. Surely we do need this. Everyone started talking, discussing, everyone started, saying that this was a very progressive step, and surely the adoption of this draft law as a law, despite the fact that it's a framework law, but still it added up some additional marks for Ukraine in terms of our approximation to the European legislation. So we got some bonuses out of that. On the other hand, we allowed to draft the subordinate legislation, which is almost everything being elaborated and started implementation. And we also got a chance to develop new legislation, like legislation on the implementation of the widened responsibility of the manufacturer. There's several draft laws, primarily like what's already in the Verkhovna Rada, that's the draft law on the packaging of on waste packaging. So also there's the waste of the electronic equipment, batteries, then kind of old or transport vehicles. So that's a separate areas, but they will be combined with overall principles. I mean, the structure of the waste management in Europe, they'll be combined by wider responsibility of the producer, meaning that the producer, he will have to be responsible for all the life cycle of the products that he produces, and he will also take responsibility for processing, for gathering and processing of such products. And all this would need to kind of result in a third component, and maybe this component is one of the most important for our country. That is the resolution of the problem around the accumulation of waste. And we're talking about solid household waste and the waste of electronic equipment, the dangerous waste, as well as the waste of the production industries. That's on one hand. On the other hand, we're talking about the new industry, which is highly resource requiring. It requires a lot of investments, but if we shall be implementing that in accordance to the European approaches, and those investments will surely be not only investments, but they would be turning into an income for those who will be exercising such activity in a quality manner, in accordance to legislation, and in accordance to clear and understandable economic principles. So our joining with the EU, it will only give further stimuli for this to be implemented and scaled up around the whole country. Surely, as Yevgenia has already mentioned, the ministry has completed several steps that would facilitate the introduction of the system on the territory of the whole country. There's a number of memorandums to implement a new infrastructure on solid household waste processing, but that's only the beginning. Our purpose is to develop all the laws, to introduce all the laws on the waste processing and waste management, and to introduce this system further on, to scale it around the whole country. There couldn't be, without any kind of divisions, there couldn't be a territorial community or any small settlement without the system. And in this case, we will truly fight, and we will be able to kind of overcome the inflow of waste that we have. And by combining the efforts of all the branches of power, the society and the business, which is one of the largest locomotives in this case, we will be able to achieve our goal. I thank you, and please join this group.
Thank you, Oleg. Our next speaker, please welcome Volodymyr Bizhan. He'll be speaking on the topic of waste, which is a multifaceted one. This is particularly the packaging waste, something we see as a sword in the eye of many. This type of waste is not seen by everyone as a priority, but still we think it is necessary to expand the scope of responsibility of producers as a basis for finding solution to the matter of such waste reduction. So please, Volodymyr. Thank you, Svetlana. I represent a project implemented with support of the European Commission, which is about circular economy, the strategy of circular economy. Yes, the situation as it stands today is as follows. Yes, we have this candidate status. We are preparing for the negotiations phase announced last December. There are specific preconditions for us involving certain indicators to be met. Add here the internal context we have in terms of documents already designed here. And the topic of the green transition. Ukraine has committed to joining the Green Deal in the EU. It had happened before the start of the war. We've committed also to become carbon neutral by 2060, which means we will have to look for appropriate mechanisms for that. And the circular economy can contribute indeed. What has changed since the beginning of the full-scale war? The sheer volume of waste has really increased. One of them being the rubble of destroyed infrastructure facilities. We had a more than 30% reduction in our industrial output, which means that our capacity to implement such projects has furthermore been reduced. And we are in the process now of designing instruments to somehow move forward. If we look at applicable European experience to see what had preceded the reforms that we are talking about, a lot has been said publicly about, again, lengthy discussions and debates about kickstarting the process, about the directives related to waste management, them requiring quite a lot of time to start implementing them, 4 years to be exact in average. Many European countries setting deadline for meeting the requirements in 2025. So for us to have a circular economy as a complete cycle, we need the life cycle of the product and the waste management phase. So what are the expected outcomes of our measures to implement waste directives? If you look at directives, waste-related directives that we are going to implement in the short future, it's about electronic equipment, it's about packaging, and the economic effects of their implementation will depend on the processing market, its existence, and increased competitiveness of companies using processed raw materials. So this can become a tool for Ukraine to boost its economic growth. We are already working on the legislation to adapt it, yet still the market itself will kickstart at some point in the future, and some key results to be expected after 2025. Speaking of what I would finance, and to the question of why the circular economy hasn't been developed yet, multiple reasons were noted here. But again, it's a matter of better coordination with the government. It's about streamlining the activity lines in terms of country recovery. Finally, we need to ultimately design the strategy in the shortest possible term with the measures envisaged at the national and local level to stimulate circular economy development. There is a process of setting up work groups for that, and it is going to start soon. We will provide these working groups with the multifaceted feasibility studies for that. And we will also participate in the working group, joint one with the Ministry of Economy and Ministry for Environment Protection, which will focus on designing recommendations and submitting them to the cabinet. We do expect the work will be over by summertime, and then we will be able to switch on to design of indicators and related action plan. You can use this QR code on screen to join us, to leave your contacts, and you'll be able to participate in the work group by this summer. Okay. Thank you, Volodymyr. From what we understood, everything has just started now, and we can join. We can hop on the train with it to chart our further course towards making our economy more circular, achieving better results within the whole waste management hierarchy, whether it's about processing or reusing materials and so on, secondary use materials, everything that circular economy depends on. I'd like to give the floor now to Deputy Minister of Infrastructure, Natalia Kozlovska. I'd like her to give us more about the rubble, the war waste that has already accumulated, and there will be more of it, and how to deal with it. What are the legal tenets to regulate it? Yeah, thank you, Svetlana. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'd like to speak about these specific types of waste because of destruction. In peaceful life, it's a regulated process, a planned one, regulated by the government, whether it is about tearing down a building in a planned mode or rebuilding it, and so on. European countries have plans of that that first appeared somewhere in the middle of the past century. It specifically concerns planned management of solid, also construction waste. In our case, thanks to the law mentioned by Volodymyr on construction waste management, you don't understand that this is the path that we will have to go in a faster, probably more hectic way than the European countries had the luck to. We will have to implement this law as soon as possible indeed, because of the military aggression of the Russian Federation. We have at least 100,000 facilities are deemed ruined, that is, affected beyond repair. I think no EU member state has ever faced something like that in its recent history. We do understand that the figure is a rough estimate, but the estimate stands at about 450,000 tons of construction rubble. This is the information collected from the territories under control of the Ukrainian government. That is, we have no clue as to the scope of damage and amount of waste on the occupied territory. Processing the great deal of waste will require lots of resources and technological processes. It is further complicated by the fact that we have never had any tradition of in-depth processing of such construction waste. For the most part, whatever we have is about 6% of the rubble that can be processed under current procedures. So probably it says that circular economy can be implemented quite quickly to battle it. Some steps have been already taken. In 2022, when the first understanding appeared after the occupation of some parts of the country in March, April 2022, we did understand that local self-governments will need some very specific tool to regulate the matter on site. We had a wider team of different government authorities, my institution, Ministry for Environment Protection, and others. We worked to have a cabinet resolution to streamline the procedure of managing this type of waste. The subject matter of regulation was based on our understanding that such waste, solid waste, is a mixed one in need of sorting in terms of different types of it, potentially hazardous objects and substances. We already then we understood that that was considered a resource that would require in-depth processing, rather than storing or piling them up. We had to look for places of temporary storage, we had to look for ways of sorting them and deeming them useful for specific uses. And this is quite a specific type of waste, because it's not just about, construction materials. It could be white appliances, it could be furniture pieces, even, sorry to say, but part of bodies of the pets may be found there sometime. And we do understand that this may well contain some hazardous items and substances. Today, with support from the government of Japan and the Japan International Development Agency, it has been decided to launch a pilot solid waste management and handling site that would also process this type of waste. Jointly with our partners, we are going to design a plan to deal with destruction waste, to cover all aspects of processing. Some key lines of operation will involve the following: setting up legal regulatory framework on technologies of sorting and processing such waste with proper institution of relevant technological processes. This is necessary because of the available, unfortunately, negative experience that was collected in Kyiv Oblast, when they tried to just reduce the rubble into smaller pieces without sorting it. So now we see in the area a whole bunch of wild mix of materials comprising cement, bricks, wood, etc., which, if milled into finer particles, cannot be used. Meanwhile, we need to provide construction materials with proper technical characteristics. And without sorting construction waste, you can do nothing. This can be proven and confirmed by developers and construction specialists themselves, who tried it in due time, and they say now that without properly sorting, without ensuring all the strength parameters of the resulting material, you won't succeed. Next, we have to design would-be construction products that can be made out of that type of rubble. Even before the war, Ukraine had implemented the so-called Regulation 305 to covering construction products. And the law on construction materials on the market was put in force last year. According to these updated requirements, we see some requirements to quality, safety, and so on of such products. Further processing of destruction waste will require funds. There should be some industrial process to produce materials out of it, with an understanding that the end cost of the materials will be higher than of the initial product, we also need to understand that the state has to establish and implement a realistically safe approach of treating such waste. With an understanding it may differ across regions because of the sheer scope and particularities. It will be also necessary to develop and implement target indicators for that. Some EU member states have it as a mandatory requirement to use processed construction materials in new development. We are very much convinced that similar language has to be included in regional and local development strategies. There should be a mechanism for mandatory use of secondary materials for construction purpose. In our view, it may become a viable stimulus for processing such waste. Yes, there should be an understanding that it will be a more expensive material, but still, this is how it should go. This should be done with proper understanding of best international experience, and we thank our international partners for that. We do hope that all of the partners helping us with the matter at the moment, the government of Japan, the UNDP, GIZ, USAID, the World Bank will continue their support to help us regulate the matter, also at the legislative level, which will allow us implementing a system of standards on such secondary construction materials in Ukraine, as well as certain mandatory requirements on the percentage of such materials to be used for construction. It will help us dealing with this huge amount of destruction rubble. It will reduce the number of sites used for storage of such materials. Thank you, Natalia. Very interesting. Some information is new for me, particularly on the catalog of construction materials. It's very important to promote such type of products for public procurement purposes, to avoid unverified data, greenwashing, and other such unwanted practices. And we go on with the circle economy and waste management at the regional level. Welcome Lesa Karnauch, Deputy Chair of the Kyiv Oblast State Administration, the oblast that has suffered greatly during the time of Russian occupation. This is a liberated territory now, the one that is badly in need of recovery, waste management included.
Well, thank you. Greetings, everyone, and big thanks to the team of the Ministry of Environment for the organization of this platform to have yet another discussion. It's been almost 12 years that I'm engaged in the environmental area, but for the first time I feel myself, I feel the importance of the reform and how these reforms are being implemented at the regional level. And it's hard for me to compete with the other panelists because they're experts in this area. They know a lot of information. Well, I would like to add some more kind of regional challenges to that, because the challenges in terms of waste management, like pre-occupation, has been kind of reinforced, has increased now due to more hostilities. So what we lack on the regional level, we lack the knowledge, like really the knowledge, what to do with different types, categories of wastes. Earlier, we tried to regulate, this issue with the solid household waste. We thought that this is the easier thing after the dangerous waste. But when we've faced with large opposition by the business, by local authorities, so it was one trouble, then there was another trouble. The damage
of destructions. So we've heard this figure by Natalia. On the territory of Kiev region, we have around 300,000 tons of damage as a result of ruination. Someone was burned to the ashes, someone was not. In certain places there was an immediate response, like that was simply, gathered and removed. We've created something like 30 places of temporary storage of the waste, and what to do with that next? Well, nobody knows. So at a level of local self-government, at the level of communities, they don't understand this logistical chain of dealing with those waste. We are lacking information on the kind of specifications of this waste, on what is considered as dangerous waste, what can be used, what is subject for recycling. Now, this is the knowledge that local people need. And this gap is resolved by means of creating some teams by the local self-government authorities, but there are not enough of them. And what we can see, like in the Kiev region, the active businesses involved in that. But based on the expertise, this is not enough. We were thankful to the Ministry of the Recovery and who help us with the Japanese project on the destruction waste management. But since we don't know the origin of this damage, we don't know whether we will be able to use those materials, and somehow we cannot provide this information for the ministry, for the register or for the classifier. We don't know what's going to be the result, the outcome of this recycling. So this is a big challenge at a local level. We don't have people, we don't have knowledge in order to do that. So that's a key challenge that the regional authorities face while implementing the waste management reform at the local level. That's talking about the destruction damage. The solid household waste, this is something that we're trying to solve in Ukraine since the moment of, since 1991. We try to say, okay, this is the packaging, this is the electronics, so to find this unique approach. But Oleg has mentioned that we've been talking about this for 4 years, but I've heard about this law only in 2015. And the fact that it's not yet implemented, it means that our efforts are not enough. And that's on the one hand. On the other hand, I'm grateful to the ministerial team that despite the changes, despite the martial law, they proceed with this reform, they continue pushing this reform. They're combining the representatives of the society and the MPs and the ministry around it. So I would like to suggest and to ask for the support of the ministry and MPs that the knowledge that we today can get thanks to these presentations today has to be kind of closer to the community, closer to the business working in our communities. So if there will be a possibility, then with the support of our partners, with the support of GIZ, UN, UNDP, and things like that, we need to get this knowledge to the people, to gather people or representatives of local authorities. We need to kind of explain how it all works on the basis of landfills. One of the successful cases, together with the JICA project, that we're planning to implement in the Kiev region, that is clearly the projects on managing solid household waste, and this goes with the support of the minister, and the Kiev region was the first region to sign a memorandum on implementation of this project. So we've identified 2 clusters for constructing the capacities in processing solid household waste. And this is kind of not the first approach to this challenge. What's good is that the leaders of communities have signed this memorandum, because it was always a problem how to enforce the continuous supply of solid household waste in the places of their transportation. That was the gray kind of network that we cannot establish. So now this memorandum is signed, and I know that we were not the only region. It's just that we were first region to sign this, and hopefully that together with others we'll be able to develop these two facilities. And what's also important, we can motivate the communities to supply solid household waste to those facilities, because that's the key challenge. And it's not that they don't want, they have their own business interests, but what we can see at the regional level, and it's not always that they have their own business interests. In many cases, this is related to the gap of knowledge. They don't know how to arrange all that. So hopefully, we'll be able to use this project as a platform for spreading the knowledge among the communities. Now, in order not to move in a chaotic manner, as we kind of had in 2022, it's important for us to have this task by the Ministry of Environment on the development of a regional plan for waste management. So this is the task that we'll be working on in 2024. It would be good to have some support of international partners, because we're lacking the human resources in order to have a kind of a proper effective document, not just a piece of paper. That's why we'll be asking the experts to kind of help us. We want to have a regional waste management kind of approach to become a source of information for other communities, so that the next step, we want to use this program, Environment of the Kyiv region. We want to make sure that the other agencies will be developing their own plans for the management of waste. The key objective is clear identification of the landfills for waste, their connection, their logistics. So this is the information needed by international partners, by our business owners, because they cannot calculate the investment projects without such an information, and there's no source for that. So that's it from me, because when we will solve these questions, we can be, starting with the fulfillment of our own commitments within the Euro integration. We can try with implementation of the circular economy, and for that we would need to have some experience at local level. Hopefully we'll start with the Kyiv region. Thank you. These are fairly strong messages, and surely as a result of this conference there has to be some, conclusions made that should be used as the basis for the next steps of this pretty complicated reform process. Now, what I've heard is the issue of the platform of specialized knowledge in the field of waste that, we face, and the whole world didn't have challenges like we have, and there's so many other questions that we haven't considered yet, but we need to make sure we cope with that. And as I was preparing for today's conference, I got a phone calls from business owners, from investors, that they want to invest in waste management, but they want to know more about capabilities, technologies, analysis, researches. And I think by combining everyone in this room, in this stage, that's all the branches of power, the two ministries, will be able to develop a platform as a source of information and experience sharing. And surely that's a pilot project on improving the waste management system, which is also very important. We have Taras Kaluzhny with us, the director of the state enterprise Zelene Misto, which is a green city. That's the city of Lviv. So that's the public utility company which is managing the landfill that sustained a large tragedy and that we've seen today on this promo video. Just to remind you that the Supreme Court has considered that Lviv administration as being found guilty of inactions. So Taras will tell us about the reform which is taking place at the local level. You've heard some of the challenges for the region. Well, city of Lviv, it's a big city with more than 1 million of population. So how do you implement the project? On the reconstruction of this landfill, how are you planning to resolve the waste management issue in the city of Lviv in future? Taras, you have the floor. Dear colleagues, hopefully you can hear me loud and clear. Thank you for the invitation. I apologize. I couldn't reach Kiev because of technical reasons, but we have a chance to talk online. My name is Taras Zaluzhny. I'm the head of the public enterprise Green City, and we also implement a number of green projects in Lviv related to the recovery of the landfill, as well as the construction of the waste management factory. We were first to start the first waste treatment station in Lviv. We've gathered some money, and we have some organic waste that I'll be mentioning later on. And on the overall, let me remind the things where we've started, what's the position is now, and some of our perspectives. So let me start the presentation now. Hopefully you can see my presentation. Yes? Good. So Green City is the public utility company that was established in 2017. As you know, in 2016 we had a large tragedy. We had a serious situation with the landfill, resulting in 4 people being killed. And this tragedy resulted in involving a number of funds for the implementation of projects. And this is a range of the first projects that we are implementing. So let's start with the recovery of the landfill. Back in 2020, we've concluded an agreement with the Turkish company on the first stage of the recultivation recovery. That's the technical phase. As you know, the recultivation recovery is divided into several stages. The technical recultivation is a very important stage, which allows to kind of reform the main body of the landfill. This is something that we have over 70 years. We've made sure we complied with our legislation. We've did the release of gases from the landfills, and also, in the end, we use some of the materials that prevent the external factors to kind of impact the landfill. We completed 90% of the works. In spring, should everything be fine, we'll start the biological stage, meaning we'll cover our landfill with shrubs, with grass, and we're planning to use this landfill as a recreational area. And let me remind you that the city of Lviv in 2017, we have received from the EBRD and from some of the donors, we've received some loans and grant money for the implementation of this project, so that you would understand the recultivation of the landfill. It requires around 18 to 90 million euros. So the project is very difficult. The depth of the landfill in 2020 was 114 meters. Today, after certain work, this landfill is closed, and it's covered with 3 materials, and it's shrinked by 45 meters now. So should everything be fine, by the end of this year, we'll finalize the biological phase, and then we'll have post-monitoring That's the last photo before the tragedy of the landfill. I believe many of you heard about this. You've seen this tragedy. So that's the photo as of April. Then this is 100,000 tons of waste in just as the result of earthquake. It moved by 400 to 500 meters, and 3 employees of the State Emergency Service and 1 environmental worker were killed. Unfortunately, we have not identified all the bodies. We have found only bodies. So this is 2020. So should you compare with the previous photo, this is not like landfill already. The geometry is cleared, and we're doing some works. So that's the recovery cultivation. That's what you can see. Those lakes will filtrate, and we use osmosis for doing some clearing. And in the end, we have some technical water that we are using. And then this is the geotextile, which is the material for the proper finalization of the technical recultivation of the landfill. That's the photo as we have it now. So it's important also to clear the filtrate. That is the kind of fluid that was generated by the landfill, and it can have an impact on forests, on roads, on everything. We have 2 filtrate clearing stations to cover that. We used also the loan money. We bought 2 modules for filtrate clearance station, and it allows to process 150 cubic meters of filtrate per day. So this is the filtrate before cleaning and after cleaning. The technology is pretty solid, and it clears the filtrate pretty good. In the end, the result complies with all the norms mentioned in the document. The other project is doing with some food waste.
We launched a pilot composting project, placing separate 120-liter containers across sites so that Lviv residents could separate food waste, other household waste, for us to focus on composting. This is the system in a nutshell. Quite a simple solution. The number of containers covers more than 99% of all the houses, and there is a pre-agreement with the transportation company to collect this food waste at specified intervals, bringing it to the municipal composting station, which brings us compost that we send to individual residents, bigger agrarian producers, and we have a steady demand for it. This is for your understanding in figures. The number of collections and the volume of collections from the beginning of it. And you can see a growing trend that continued into 2023. One problem that we have to face is plastic bags used by some to dump the food waste. We are working on it with local community members to reduce the number of plastic bags used for it. This is how the composting site looks like. You can see the equipment on the background and the mounds to compost our organic waste. Another project is building a mechanical biological treatment facility. We use a lot of facility from the BRD for that. The city has 600 tons of waste produced a day. The technology we opted for is called biodesiccation. Technology that allows receiving RDF-type fuel. We signed a contract with a cement plant in Ivano-Frankivsk for them to buy this RDF fuel for their own consumption. That way they will be able to replace gas and coal used for that. According to our estimates, we are going to get about 60, almost 70,000 tons of RDF-type fuel a year. As of today, we have completed up to 62% of total construction work under the project. We are reaching a quarter of the project. Some corrections had to be made because of the war, but we still make solid progress. And the total cost of such a facility is about 52 million euro, quite a sizable amount. For some communities, it may be unsustainable. And from here, the need to have synergies with the central government for that. These are the photos from the very beginning of the site, when the land was broken. We had to use supporting columns because of the specifics of the territory. Currently, we have works being done to cover the processing facility with roofs. When complete, it will include both mechanical and bioprocessing equipment, like separation drums, sifting equipment, and so on. And we are going to have like biokilns to stabilize the bio waste. The full cycle will take about 70 days, involving the rendering the material safe from any harmful pathogens. A couple of more photos, the actual ones. Just separately about our another enterprise, Bodna Rivka, that is working together with us to spread and promote the news about proper handling of waste, separation of waste, and so on. So the figures are on screen. I'm not going to reread them, but it says it's good news in terms of greater, ever-increasing number of Lviv residents and guests to the city being increasingly responsible about ways of sorting waste. We have a separate company, an enterprise set up exactly to cater for our needs with relevant equipment to process batteries, lighting lamps and fixtures, and other such. We have set up several collection points for that. We also intend to start transborder shipments of such materials to Poland for the safe processing. Thank you for your time. Ready to take your questions. Thank you, Taras. Please stay with us. We are through with the speeches at our panel. The panel itself continues, though. And I think this is a nice example of circular economy at the level of a local community. I'd like to wish you implementing all your ideas. It's really nice to see that you went on with finishing your landfill sites even in the time of war. And I would like to thank, to give a big round of applause to the event coordination team for the ability to set up this very nice and rich program in spite of the time, in spite of the circumstances. The selection of speakers is just enthralling. All branches of government represented, all the key stakeholders here. Thank you, and I think we can launch our discussion. Please raise your hand because we still have 10, maybe 15 minutes to go. I thank speakers for being exactly on time, which gives us this precious Q&A time. Please, Lyudmila Tsiganok. Generally, I'd like to see how many hands do we have, to see how many questions we may take, to understand the amount of time, the time slot to be distributed. Okay, we have just a couple of hands, then we will have enough time to discuss both questions. So, Lyudmila, please, the time is yours. Just tell us who you'd like to ask the question. Good afternoon, dear panelists and forum participants. I'm the president of the Association of Environment Professionals, and I represent the community of those who are in charge of all the environmental reforms. So I have a quite wide-ranging question. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone, and Taras particularly, for tackling the waste management problem. This reform has long been overdue, and thanks for you primarily to start doing something about it. Second part of my comment, we are at the time of war. Please be mindful of that. You do know that if there is a heart arrest, every doctor knows that it's time for ER. Similarly, when it comes to waste management, there are some situations when emergency and resuscitation measures are necessary without wasting no more time. It would be logical, I think, to put the question to Evgenia Popovich from the Ministry for Environment Protection. What are some real mechanisms of waste management have been included by the ministry in the bill? The presentation was nice, and the framework legislation is definitely not enough. Meanwhile, I represent those economic agents who produce waste, also hazardous waste. So my question is about the waste that the enemy is increasingly targeting. We have seen many attempts cut short, thankfully, by our security service to inflict that type of damage to the Ukrainians. So what are the real mechanisms of setting up this reform to see it go and ticking? Because reforms on the paper is one thing, but there are real reform requirements. So what are the mechanisms that you have included as suggested by the companies that produce waste and hazardous waste included?
Законодавчим регулюванням взаємодії у сфері небезпечних відходів, куди подіти ці небезпечні відходи.
So we see hazardous waste being a growing problem because of the legislative problems. The producers of them are now stuck from early January.
Яке дозволить запустити реальні реформи, а не лише говорити про стратегії.
I'd like to know how the reform can go realistically, how changes and amendments to the law on environment protection can be pushed through, how environmental inspection can be reinvigorated, how to ensure that all the professionals involved are properly trained,
роботи еколога на суб'єктах господарювання.
How environmental officers can be made official
Це питання ми вбачаємо
at production sites.
політична воля сьогодні. Це питання
My question is also, is there a political will to break through with the matter? Okay, that's a lot of questions, and Evgenia will start with you. Okay, mechanisms, waste management mechanisms, collection, processing, and so on. As regards mechanisms, waste management mechanisms, we designed legal regulation to cover the operation of waste-producing equipment, and it says everything about things to be done by the company producing waste. And there are specific regulations on composting. Ministry for Public Health Protection has to design regulation on medical and hospital waste. Regarding your message about hazardous waste producers going unlicensed since 9th of January this year because of legal problem, I can tell you the law on environmental protection expressly provides for collection and accumulation of such hazardous waste without any license requirements, which also involves their transfer by the producing entities. The reform itself has started already. First documents have been already submitted. And some inspections of the propriety of licenses issued to producers have started. 17 positive conclusions were made already. We've got 54 sets of documents for permits, and there is an ongoing online communication with the submitting entities to explain them how they can receive their documents electronically, so the reform is already humming. Thank you. Oleg? I'm sorry, but my question concerned real mechanisms of waste treatment and civilized treatment. So the ministry is not just about licenses and permits. If it's about real environmental reform, everyone in the public has to understand, including economic operators, what are the mechanisms that the central body of the executive has envisaged to use to stimulate the real sector of economy to go with reform. Because the measures you mentioned, they simply will not allow having this reform. It's very simple. If the Transcarpathian Oblast has no license, they will have to bring it to another territory license to process such type of waste, which is 600 kilometers from them. I don't think any environmental protection officer will be able to convince them to incur such losses. Dear Ludmila, you know, when I'm listening to your example of some Transcarpathian example with guys not willing to bring the waste elsewhere, let us understand there is waste produced by a manufacturer. It may be a hazardous waste. There is a principle, the polluter pays. So let us be clear, waste, hazardous or not, is something that costs. If we have a look of what had existed before the law was adopted, we will understand that local self-government would, on an annual basis,
наприклад, Закарпатській або десь в Тернопільській області, отримував дотацію від органу місцевого самоврядування за передачу таких відходів, які він зібрав на своїй території до того чи іншого
of waste, also hazardous waste. Again, the state will have to pay some little extra. Well, it had to pay to those who would produce waste. Now the law says it's about changing the whole hierarchy. So if you are to produce this waste, you have to be clear from the outset as to what is the course of action. This is economic agent's personal independent opinion. Either he's going to get busy and process it itself, or he's going to address another company, a licensed waste operator. Moreover, there are such notions at BREF and best level technologies under the directive that we have to implement, and this is the new foundation for everyone's operation. Okay, Oleg, and a couple of words from you. Yes, let me continue in respect of the question of real mechanisms from Ludmila. It's about attracting investments. When the state, together with local communities, will be charged with instituting a real working economic model in this case, with clear understanding of where the waste is to be processed, why it cannot be buried in landfills anymore, and what kind of economic model has to be implemented, and what potential economic benefits of having them processed might be achievable. Taras actually reported about waste management plans and how these will be used across this infrastructure of treatment processes. I think Taras, with his live experience, could confirm, because they suggested some similar model in Lviv when trying to talk to potential investors, and investors finally approved it. It's a matter of approach towards solid waste, methods of treating them. Yes, for some communities it can be a challenge. They might need to join their efforts with other communities to do that. But, well, there are memorandums signed for that purpose. There are some regional plans for solid waste treatment. The precondition for that should be, on the one hand, high rates of solid waste landfill burial tax to make it not feasible. On the other hand, there should be a carrot in terms of a mechanism of responsibility for non-compliance with available legislation. This is how it should go. Yeah, it should be about also responsibility of communities themselves, their ability to attract investments, their understanding that the thing can no longer be put under the cover for some years. And facilities like they already have in Lviv, it might take 4, maybe 5 years to build them. So there should be an understanding that if you want to solve the problem in a number of years, you have to start right away. This is part one, to chip into Evgenia's answer. Now, second thing, you mentioned those services, inspectorates in companies, in-house ones. If you were able to visit the first part of our plenary session when we spoke about the state environmental control office, you probably would hear that we cannot reform completely the control system by just reforming a bit of administrative part of it, because actually it can be rebuilt and refigured, reconsidered by anyone in any company. It's already increasingly an administrative responsibility of every company.
Well, maybe you can motivate every single business, but that's in the frames of the single system environmental control in our country. That's on one hand. On the other hand, we've offered some impetus for that in this regulation 6304D, in providing constitutional rights of the citizens for a safe environment. We've already introduced for a mechanism of the establishment of such services. Hopefully it will be adopted, so please work. So thank you. Thank you, and Lyudmila, thank you for many questions. I mean, the topic of waste could be raised on many dimensions. Just wanted to say, on the 9th of February, the Civil Council of the Ministry of Environment will have a session on waste. So everyone, please be prepared. We have invited the Ministry of Environment, we've invited the committee, we've invited the Ministry of Infrastructure, we've sent all the invitations. Everyone will participate, and there will be a Q&A session. Because today we had just a general presentation. It kind of was all logical, so we continue. There's really many more questions, but I'm not going to spend the moderator's time for that. So, okay, you have your own question? Alina Sebastianova, the PhD of the Department of Green Economy at the State University. I have a question to Natalia Viktorovna. Question on this Build Back Better. Will you kind of enshrine this principle on the legislative level? Are you planning to have any legislative tools to have this method? And what's the cooperation with other ministries on that? Thank you. For the question, well, talking about this principle of Build Back Better, we are focusing on three aspects. First, it's the matter of accessibility. We understand that the number of people who would need special approach would unfortunately increase, but we have to be ready for that. And at the initiative of the First Lady of Ukraine, even before the war, there was this Council of Barrierlessness was established, and helped us to create the legislative grounds for changing the approaches to accessibility in Ukraine, to change the philosophy. Well, at least we're trying to use the architects who would be applying the best practices that we have for this basis. Because our task for the Ministry of Infrastructure is not only about, implementing at the level of certain legislation the approaches that I've mentioned. It's not about accessibility only, but to offer what Lesia has mentioned, this understanding what it is and how this should be implemented. So this training, it's very important. The second principle that we apply, that's the civil protection aspect. This is also another common thing that we have for central executive authorities. So last year, we've changed the state construction norms, and there will be new approaches. Just to remind you, earlier in Ukraine, the structure of the civil defense facilities was based on the fact that these facilities should be enough to cover 10% of the population of the settlement. But considering the situation that we have, and based on what the president has said, that every person in the country should either be helping on the front line or should be helping by investing his own efforts into the economical component, then
we would need to have such a structure of shelters that would be that would allow the people to be economically effective. And the third component, that's a component related to energy effectiveness. So all of that is related to not only what we would need to implement. I mean, we tend to use this words like best European practices on energy effectiveness, but we have to explain that's all related to the amount of money you'll be paying by utility bills. So we would need to, this is a far more complicated issue. And this is only the main aspects that I've mentioned. Now, only these three are the prioritized for us in terms of legislation. But speaking of plans, are not the plans. Most of it have been implemented already. And this is related to the fact that we will need to teach the architects, the designers, and the organizations dealing with inspections. We need to explain them what this is and what it results. Thank you, Natalia. I thank to all the speakers. And this is the end of the panel. We'll have 10 minutes break. Thank you.
Дивіться, можливо, в спікерів 10 хвилин перерви, але ми продовжуємо, тому що ми вибиваємося з таймінгу.
Maybe the speakers would have 10 to 15 minutes break, but not for the audience, because we are out of time already. I know that you won't be stopped at this point, maybe, but please stay on your seats, because in a couple of minutes we'll start with our new panel, well, the next panel, and there's different types of ways, and we can see how different regions are coping with that, but the next topic would be related to what we are breathing with. It's what the industry is doing. We're talking about the decarbonization of the production industry. We'll have a lot of participants, 5 speakers. We'll start in just a minute, but it's important to say that our discussion continues even outside of the event, just right after this panel, after the final words. You'll be able to discuss this all actively, because our today's event is not just to discuss some topics, but to set the directions and to give new sense for the discussions. So hopefully there will be more opportunities for sharing the ideas and discussing the questions that some of you might have as you are listening to your speakers. And our next panelists are about to be ready. We'll have Irina Supron as the moderator of the next panel. We'll have 60 minutes for this panel. But since we are already late by 25-30 minutes, we'll be asking our panelists to be more concise in their answers. I would like to remind you that the United for Nature Agenda for Ukraine Forum is about to finish. This is already the second forum. The first forum took place last October together with the Prosecutor General's Office. This is an important platform for getting united and holding Russia accountable and restoring fair peace. Today, we had representatives of diplomatic circle, ministries of environment of Romania, Moldova, and Bulgaria, with whom we have long-lasting neighborly relations, joint borders, and some interest in the Black Sea. We had some leading experts, representatives of NGOs and public officials, and we continued discussion of the most topical challenges of the green transformation of Ukraine and the climate policy of reforming the water industry and environmental control.
as well as the initiatives and the international projects that are about to be implemented or launched in 2024. We've also heard the report of the Ministry of Environment for 2023 and their plans for 2024. And we've also heard the valid indicators of damages to environment caused by the Russians. That was mentioned by the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal. We've had the plans for the development of the park called Mezhyhirya. And we had some more information on the plans for 2023-2024 by the Ministry of Environment, because as they are hosting this today's event. I can see already the first participants, the first panelists joining in. I believe Roman is already with us. He's the head of the State Service for Geology and Soil of Ukraine. Others will be joining very soon, and we'll continue in just a minute. In a moment.
Міжнародний довкіллєвий форум United for Nature Agenda for Ukraine триває, і наша фінальна на сьогодні.
Forum continues. This is the final panel for today on decarbonization of the production industry, moderated by Irina Sopron, founder of the Geological Investment Group. We're out of timing already, so if your speakers would be concise, we would be extremely grateful to them. So greetings. And I thank all of you who waited till the final panel, because the subsoil is a very important part of our natural resources. So let us talk about the role of the production industry in the system of the environment. So the topic, it would be to the decarbonization of the production industry. Let me introduce our speakers today. Yevhen Fedorenko, Deputy Minister on Euro-integration, then Roman Opima, Head of the State Service of Geology and Subsoil of Ukraine. We have Artem Petrenko, the Executive Director of the Association of the Gas Production Companies of Ukraine. So, since we're limited in time, I would like to kind of reduce my intro, and instead, let's go straight to the questions. So, Yevgen, Ukraine, when undertaking some commitments, in part related to the association agreement, well, Ukraine took some major commitments, including the commitments related to the production industry as well. So there's some fairly significant challenges, in part related to the fact that we would need to make our south soil greener. That sounds a bit childish, but that's a serious challenge. So we as an industry, we need to kind of accept these rules and to realize to what degree are we ready to kind of implement them, and whether we are ready to such changes. So how would you assess our level of readiness to the implementation of such changes, because we know that the reform have taken place, which is already being implemented. So what's your assessment? Well, thank you for the question. As a Deputy Minister on European integration, I would like to say that as part of the self-screening in 2023, we've covered all the industries in accordance to all the acquis communiqué of the EU. So, when doing the self-screening of subsoil, we understood that we need to harmonize some of our legislation with two basic directives of the EU that are regulating the subsoil use kind of area. That's only is related to the
kind of part of usage. But whenever we're talking about the use of subsoil and harmonizing that with the European criteria for subsoil use and to European standards, I wouldn't be focusing only on the use of subsoil area. Since subsoil is a part of the natural resources, now we would need to have a comprehensive approach. And whenever we're talking about the subsoil use and the implementation of European norms, we have to talk about things like implementation of the directive on the waste of the production industry. That's an enormous portion. Before that, we had a panel on the waste management. So we have to say that most of the waste generated in our country, if I'm not mistaken, but by different statistics, over 80% of the waste is the waste of the production industry. So this is a very complicated reform, and I think that it will be one of the last sectoral reforms that we shall be regulating in part of reforms on waste management. Because it's just a question whether Ukraine is ready, whether the business is ready, which is dealing exactly with the subsoil use, to fulfill the requirements that are identified by the directives and regulations of the European Union, because it's all about money primarily, and this is the defining criteria.
And we still need to really develop legislation. We have to have a dialogue with businesses. We need to be able to hear our community, our public, who's very active in the field of environment protection. So we have to move with these matters, because sooner or later, hopefully sooner, when we open the negotiation chapter 27 on environment protection, we'll have to be able to speak about deadlines and terms, how much time will be needed for this or that measures. We have not to forget about peats, about forest areas. We'll be having to speak about the sustainability of the extraction process and preservation of natural resources. So when we speak about the reform, it is about making changes and amendments to the Code on Subsoil Management, and we will have to secure a balance between environment protection and business interests. We will have, jointly with our colleagues and partners, to think about that. The businesses have been really actively involved. They had plentiful and fruitful discussions with parliamentary committee in an attempt to build European rules of the game based on the regulation, transparency, decarbonization. I think businesses were able to voice up their concerns and feedbacks about practicalities of reform implementation. And Roman will have more on that because he chairs a body in charge of it immediately. But just a couple of words, without stealing much of your time, about our plans. When we speak about our plans, how we are going within the scope of our European aspirations this year, the key task the Ministry for Environmental Protection has set for itself in the area of subsoil management. It is about creating a European-style modern institution, working on that under the one-stop-shop window principle. We'll need to think how to implement European directives. Say, if we are to work on hydrogen, the EU will require to use price and non-pricing criteria for that. Speaking about decarbonization, we are gradually moving towards using best available technologies, the ones that will be less harmful for our environment, for our people. So ultimately, it will be about seeking for balance. When we talk about the European Green Deal arrangement, when we speak about the climate agenda of our country, we cannot go beyond decarbonization of extraction industries because, according to some recent estimates made in 2023, if we take aggregate greenhouse emissions, atmospheric emissions, we will see a huge variation of the part contributed by the extracting industry. A clear hint on the need to get more reliable figures about realistic emissions from extracting enterprises. It will be necessary for us to set up a dialogue with the public on the compliance with Aarhus Convention, and my ministry is ready to work on the context already this year. And just to remind you as well that we have an MOU signed with the European Commission, and decarbonization effort is the priority one, number one in this MOU, which again speaks of how highly it is regarded by our European partners. We had our climate panel today, and Deputy Minister mentioned the Ukraine facility. And again, within this facility, we will see matters of subsoil usage and decarbonization figuring out there prominently. So I think today is the first day when we are to publicly announce our public dialogue about that. We had the climate strategy officially presented today, the strategy of how Ukraine will be moving this direction. And this is the first time when we speak about inaugurating decarbonization of the extraction industry. And the fact that the subsoil reaches are present at this important environmental forum is a sure sign that we consider the subsoil as part of the whole ecosystem. We do plan a range of measures, a range of rules, clear-cut ones, comprehensible for businesses, for the government, for the public, for each and every individual, about the role of the subsoil in the public life of our country. We move on, though. A question to Roman. Businesses in general assessed those cardinal changes in the state geological service in terms of shifts in the approach towards subsoil management. The feedbacks were rather positive across the board. And if revisited in retrospective, we would see a quality dialogue between the government and businesses, the government being represented by the State Geology and Subsoil Service of Ukraine. We know that the service has been posting updates on a regular, in a systemic way about recent developments. Yet we see lots that they post the auction. But again, we also hear that not all of those lots can be realistically acquired and used, given the current legislation. Still more that we've heard about impending huge changes in the domain. So what is your estimate, or what needs to be done to see that lots acquired by businesses provide most quality and most value for them? Okay, thank you. As we've started with questions, I will do my best to answer them during the course of my presentation. Prime Minister Shmyhal and Minister Strelets mentioned today certain positive results, certain progress achieved in the reform of the subsoil management domain. I'd like to add some nice details to this overview of the reform. And just a couple of slides for you. The State Geological and Subsoil Service, jointly with the Ministry for Environment Protection, has been working on three main reforms. That is, digitizing its services, modernizing the legislation to attract investment, and improving the oversight function of the government. It is done specifically to mitigate the man-in-the-middle factor, if you will, to facilitate permits and authorizations, and to facilitate access to public information. This will further guarantee the position of my service as a servicing institution. A couple of words about the services we offer. We have three types of services, three baskets, as we call them. The first one is what every investor coming onto the market needed, and this is getting access to geological information, then acquiring rights, and finally communicating with the state as the subsoil manager. So we had 106 lots offered. Of them, 70 plus were acquired, and 465 special permits were issued across 2023. A huge number. The amount of stamp duty collected from that was 2.4 billion hryvnias, an absolute record number, again from the sales of the lots in electronic auctions. Sand has become the most wanted resource. 55 permits were issued, and 25 were sold on auctions. We had also other types of reserves, like amber, others. For the 5 years of e-auctions in existence, about 400 special permits for 4.2 billion hryvnias have been issued. More detailed information can be received from our presentation that we upgrade every year to show the number of lots, the results of the trades. You do know that ProZorro system has the only criterion, the price one. Meanwhile, there are certain European terms and conditions regarding the hydrocarbon lots and certain criteria to participants. Besides price, other things also involve specific mechanisms of place development. Another service that we digitize is the electronic cabinet. From 13th of April last year, we stopped accepting paperback documents. Everything has to be submitted online. For the 9 months, we were able to process more than 900 applications, each one of them being worked on for no more than 5 days, as prescribed by the law. The functionality of this electronic cabinet is being regularly updated. Now are working to introduce electronic registration of geological works, and we expect this to come online next month. Also, regular online reports on all the reporting form, like number 5, number 6, number 7. We set up a state geological portal with all the information from some 15 databases and registries about wells, plays, some resource materials for construction purposes, and fields of strategic importance, including those of ores. This map, and I'd like to point your attention to it, also contains information about the land, information we get from the land cadastre, as well as information about natural reserve areas and territories that we get from the Ministry for Environment Protection. Unfortunately, at the moment, we only have information about national parks. That is, we don't have information about natural reserves of the regional and national level. Though, again, under the law on national infrastructure and the national database, such information has to be provided by the Ministry for Environment Protection together with Oblast, Rayon, city administration. So the information has to be online on our geospatial data portal. Unfortunately, we don't have this information yet. If it would exist there, we would gladly use it for our operations. But, well, we are working with the Ministry for Environment Protection. We try to contact local municipal governments to convince them and share the information. According to the law, 3 databases, the base on special permits, on oil and artesian wells, these will have to have their security levels upgraded because of the topmost level of security. It's about cyber protection measures, cyber security considerations are at place, and we do hope that by the end of the year, all of the registries, including the one of special permits, will be protected in due way to allow us issuing those permits and abstracts from official database for the purpose completely online, electronically. As regards changes and amendments to the legislation to make things more attractive for investors and to enhance the controlling function, I think everyone knows that thanks to our MPs, an important bill was adopted to introduce changes and amendment to the subsoil code. Within 60 days, working days, land usage permit can be, subsoil usage permit can be obtained. And the whole documenting process, including EIA, can be completed in not more than 5 months. Other innovations besides the electronic cabinet, again, the electronic system is operational, more than 900 applications processed, more than 400 of special permits issued. 14 companies have been able to use it by now selling their options. Permits for the development of natural reserves on areas not exceeding 25 hectares have been introduced. We do expect more of potential users appearing this year in connection with the land reform and some changes to it that are going to come into force this February. My service identified 8 facilities, permits on which were in ownership of the nationals from the aggressor country. We initiated investigation in courts against them, effectively stopping operations of 21 special permits. The service also lodged calculations of losses from unauthorized use of natural resources and subsoil reserves on temporarily occupied areas of Donetsk, Lugansk Oblast and the Crimean Autonomous Republic. It concerns 220 facilities, and the damage amounts to more than 500 billion hryvnias. The calculation continues. More and more attention is being given, as has been mentioned, to the European aspects within the meaning of the Memorandum on Strategic Cooperation, and there is a legislation already adopted on the Material Act, which is a strategy about critical minerals adopted by the European Parliament recently, in which Ukraine has been named a strategic partner. We also work on changes to the second hearing of a bill on the national program for natural reserve and raw material base until 2030 to better identify minerals of critical importance and identify priorities of the National Geological Program.
So, in conclusion, I would like to say that the main challenges for the service last year were as follows: lack of funding, particularly on geological surveys and the geological inspections, then current limitations in the amount of information, which is considered as restricted on the portal of geospatial data, and the lack of personnel, the lack of young experts willing to work in public institutions. Our priorities for 2024: further digitalization of services, and we're going to launch a special e-permits. We'll prepare new kind of plots of subsoils for e-tenders and calculation of damages and other important work that would facilitate the recovery of our country. That's it for me. Thank you. Hopefully I've answered the question. Let me clarify a bit. Thank you, Roman. Just to clarify, in order for the potential investors to be able to analyze a certain part of the subsoil that he's planning to develop or which is nominated by the service, you would need to have full access to the geological portal. So it's important that it would have all the quality information which is available within the Ministry of Environment and regionally at level of state administrations and local administrations and their own departments of environment, so that this information would be kind of posted on one geological kind of source of information. All right. Everyone had access to the portal before the war. Well, now this access is limited due to security risks, but the public officials of our service and all the public agencies, if they want, they can access to this portal and process the papers that based on the materials that I've mentioned. We
also share the protocols. We receive information from the Ministry of Environment, State Water Service, State Cadastre of Land, and we kind of plot this information on the interactive map. Thank you. We move on, and we have a well-balanced panel. We have kind of the representative authorities, the business, and we have two associations. So a question to Dmytro. You are representing the Committee of Subsoil Use by the European Business Association. So you have a lot of subsoil users in your association, over 50 users of subsoil are members of this association. So we would need to understand whether the business is ready for this decarbonization rules that, well, sooner or later will become a reality. Because according to my information, the mining enterprises from Europe and from other countries have a task for themselves in terms of decarbonization by 2040, 2050, to complete the transition to the production process where the greenhouse gas emissions would equal to zero. Would the Ukrainian business be ready for such challenges? Thank you, Irina. I think I won't be able to speak in such a calm voice as Roman, because decarbonization for the business, it's all about the kind of expenditures. So some of the ideas for the Ukrainian production sector and the mining sector in terms of environmental safety, in terms of decarbonization. So the kind of mining or the production industry is also facing with the pressure of the society, government on the reduction of emissions. I think, well, everyone knows that there were some considerable changes in the financial sector. The banks, they reject funding the projects with significant carbon trace, which is particularly the case where there is a significant greenhouse gas emissions, and surely the mining industry is one of them. And the most recent project funded by the EBRD in Ukraine and the mining area was 2012. That's a mine in Donbas. So these changes are kind of based on the commitments for the reduction of emissions. And these emissions are the result of the use of the certain raw materials for the production of electricity. We believe some of the companies have to comply with 4 strategies. First, to invest in those solutions with renewable energy in order to support its activity and by reducing the footprint, by implementing the energy-efficient technologies and practices to reduce the overall consumption of energy, and to learn the innovative production methods, meaning to use the less carbon-intensive technologies. And for example, the CO2 could be captured from the industrial source using different technology, absorption, membrane division of gas, and other steps. So these are very important steps for the business in order to make sure they're aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and to adapt to the ever-changing financial landscape. Because we can see that most of the countries in Europe and in the world, in Ukraine, are adopting certain changes. A series of international organizations that are operating currently in Ukraine, they are issuing grants on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Strategy at companies, including the companies from the production industry. Surely it is a complicated and complex path, but it ensures the sustainable future, combining the global kind of goals and world financial trends. So a big kind of assistant in decarbonization is the financial sector, comes from the financial sector. Okay, thank you, Dmitro. So, based on my understanding, in order for the business to take these challenges, there has to be some financial support by the financial institutions, international ones, and from the state. So this is a dialogue today that it's just a start of this dialogue. And the platforms, like today's platform, it has to be frequent so that there will be discussions and debates, because only through discussions that you come up to a solution that would satisfy all the parts of the society and the country. And in this case, every one of us would understand where we are moving to. So, Artem, you are representing the gas production sector. And natural gas is a source of energy for the European Union, for us as well, so under conditions of the present days, under conditions of the war. Definitely, this kind of resource is the basics for our international security and, well, national security. So, in terms of decarbonization, I wanted to ask you, what is your assessment whether the gas production business in Ukraine is ready to take these challenges of decarbonization, whether we're ready to make the production process for hydrocarbons in a more kind of environmental, with kind of less emissions of greenhouse gas? Well, thank you for the question. Well, the gas production companies, we are already reducing the emissions of our activity. So, and the production of natural gas, should you compare that with other raw materials, is the one that presents least amount of dangerous substances for the environment. So the gas production companies were the pioneers of registration of the procedures for the assessment of damages for the environment. So we, well, the companies, they have a very responsible attitude to that. They are introducing new technologies in order to have less impact on the environment. And natural gas is the key element of our long-term security and safety. And before 2022, everyone was saying that we need to refuse from, well, some of the raw materials to transfer to the green electricity, but the situation of 2022 clearly demonstrated that the world and Europe cannot completely refuse or not use some of the raw materials. So despite all this transition to green energy, the European Union is actively using the coal, it's actively using the natural gas, because the companies and the states have clearly understood that under current technological conditions, they cannot fully produce their own needs based on only gas or green technology. So natural gas is used very actively, and over the next at least 10 years, the demand for natural gas will increase. The example is the situation that we can see over the past 2 years, because before the full-scale war, the Russian Federation controlled 40% of the gas market in Europe. Now, due to the sanctions and the diversification of supplies, their percentage is reducing, and we can see that the gas production companies, the exporting companies, they're increasing, and they're coming to the European Union companies. For example, the US, they have become the leader in terms of LNG. They kind of take the market out of Russia. They are exporting the LNG, and also there's an increase in the production of the natural gas in Norway. They're the leader in terms of supplying gas to the European continent. So Norway surely is not reinforcing in the manner as the state service, but they're running the competitions, they're selling the licenses, because Europeans understand that that receiving new permits is all about the security. So I would like to express words of gratitude to State Service for Geology and Subsoil, who are openly doing this electronic tenders, electronic options, because the idea of involving the national and international investors is very important. You have to understand, dear colleagues, that anywhere in the world there's this active work on further facilitation of projects, on gas production projects. For example, in Shelf in Africa, the companies are investing much money because they understand that the gas is the key resource to balance the energy system. And you can see on the news, for example, in Texas, when it's cold in Texas, they're actively using the natural gas because green energy, well, under current conditions, is unable to supply the proper amount of heat and electricity for the population. Now, talking about the technologies on the production of gas and reducing the impact on the environment, during the production of the natural gas, in some countries, including Ukraine, the molecules of natural gas contain CO2. And its emissions are fairly small, should you compare with the other areas of subsoil use, but still there are some. And Europe and Norway, they're actively working, they're engaging investors, and the state is helping that because they're constructing a specialized complex, like a facility where the CO2 would be pumped in order not to be incinerated by the enterprises while using the natural gas. Speaking about Canada, they're actively supporting the oil and gas production companies with money to have decarbonization programs. Then Qatar, it's also investing money in LNG projects. But we're totally talking here about the state support, but we understand these are large production companies, the exporters, they have the money for this, because in many countries the oil and gas industry is one of the main industries for budget. Talking about the Ukrainian realities, well, the natural gas that we're all consuming is actively produced in Ukraine. We've seen some positive trends for private oil and gas companies. Before the full-scale aggression, we had some record-breaking outcomes, but the shelling, the partial occupation of the Kharkiv region, it had an impact on the production. But you can see, take a look at the figures that we have mentioned to preserve the oil and gas production level thanks to the efforts of the employees of the company and thanks to the effective work with the cabinet and the Verkhovna Rada on the establishment of the sustainable subsoil use approaches. We had some wonderful discussions. Now we have to understand that, and as the Prime Minister has mentioned, this year Ukraine will be having this heating season without the use of the imported gas for consumption purposes. So we currently use the gas that is produced in Ukraine. The gas that was potentially imported, that was primarily the gas for the storage in the Ukrainian underground gas storage facilities. So this is the first season where we are using the gas that we produced. So produced by the state companies, by the public companies who will sell that for commercial users or during the transparent kind of tendering procedures, where almost 1 billion cubic meters of gas have been sold. Talking about the gas production companies, surely the full-scale aggression, the shelling, and the negative situation had some effect on the economic projects, but still the companies are using them, and the companies are using the technologies on drilling, special technologies on the disposal of certain gases, and there's new technologies in sniping as well. There's an active work on the improvement of new rules for new safety rules for the gas production, and finally the companies can officially use new technologies to support the gas and oil production for Ukraine. We also do the screening of
damages and some other things. We are using diesel and using different other types of fuel, and the new technologies allow to reduce the level of emissions. But unfortunately, due to a full-scale war, we do have problems with the rent of equipment. Well, this is due to the limitation of the international servicing companies and the issue of transboundary payments, because, you know, we have some limitations in terms of payment under the contracts for currency operations. So we believe that in spite of the full-scale work, we continue to comply with our international commitments. Ukraine has demonstrated itself that, despite of the situation that was unseen for the last 65 or 70 years, we preserve our gas production possibilities in order to finally join the European family. Now, what's important? We preserve the production. We support the operation of the underground gas storage facilities, and the European companies are pumping and storing their gas in Ukraine because our gas storage facilities are protected, and our gas transportation system, it continues to operate effectively, and the operator of this system is now saying that the amount of technological gas is reducing, meaning that there's less impact on the environment.
Thank you, Artyom. Yeah, hope I answered your questions. Just let me a question. If we have prophesies of gas extraction, why the experts of it are prohibited? Thank you for the question. As they say, being not a member of the Security and Defense Council, I cannot answer it. But from the very beginning of the full-scale invasion in 2022, we at the association were actively involved in negotiations with the government, with Naftogaz of Ukraine, OGSC, regarding exports. At the moment, the government is of opinion that the ban should stay. And Naftogaz has been actively buying the gas extracted by private companies. It was insubstantial in 2022. Last year, the Naftogaz became more active, buying of the gas extracted by private developers. Again, currently we are staying with the Ukrainian gas, the one extracted in Ukraine throughout this heating season. I'd like to thank our panelists and those who have remained in the room. I'd like to thank all of you for participation, for the fact that, again, this is the first time we are able to discuss sustainable subsoil management and subsoil usage. Our talk of today makes for us start of upcoming discussions on that, to see that subsoil usage in Ukraine remains active, rational, sustainable, working for the benefit of every Ukrainian national. I'd like to thank everyone for their attention. Thank you, Irina. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your presentations, for keeping to time, and we are to stay here to hear the wrap-up remarks from the Deputy Minister for Environment, Mr. Krasnoludsky. Again, we had 5 panel discussions within the scope of our United for Nature Agenda for Ukraine International Forum to expound the range of issues with environment and environment protection in terms of approximation to the European legislation. We spoke about green transition, natural subsoil reserves. We spoke about things to be done with waste by Ukraine. We learned from the example of Lviv and the dump site and the ways they are rebuilding it. We spoke about CO2 emission reduction. And Artyom was right during the last panel discussion when he said that Prime Minister announced today that for the first time in history, the independent Ukraine has been sailing through this winter season using the gas of its own extraction. And we had 3 presentations to hear about reforms in the forestry sector, digitization of environment matters, and ways in which they are going to reinvent the State Environmental Control Institution. These were among the topics to definitely merit further exploration and discussion in an upcoming event or events. Also beyond the limits of this forum. So thank you, dear panelists, and thank you, dear audience. And we are nearly good to wrap up with words from Alexander Krasnoludsky. Just 30 seconds for that. This is the second forum, United for Nature. This one has been dedicated to the current situation with Ukrainian environment. The current situation versus we had before the start of the Russian full-scale invasion. We spoke about measures to bring Russia to responsibility for damage and losses it has inflicted on the Ukrainian land. And Alexander Krasnoludsky, welcome, with some final remarks. Thank you, dear guests and participants. Every decent event has a trend to end at some point. We identified vectors, key vectors of further developments in our country for the upcoming year. Also, in the scope of our move towards membership in the EU, we spoke about future of the climate policy. We spoke about waste management and water management policy. We spoke about the national state environmental control. We heard lots of nice ideas that can be boiled out to continuation of circular policy implementation in the country. We've confirmed our joint vision expressed in the strategic document on environment protection based on the current needs of Ukraine with assistance from our international partners. The United for Nature Agenda for Ukraine platform unites Ukrainian professionals and activists and their foreign counterparts. And we had ministers for environment protection from Moldova, Romania, we had the Bulgarian colleague online. And on behalf of Minister for Environment, Ruslan Strelets, and me myself, I'd like to thank each and every participant and panelists for active involvement, for expressing your positions regarding topics of discussion. I'd like to thank partners, UNEP, Panel 3, EU project on circular economy. This forum is a continuation of the previous such forum that we had back last October with support from the GPO to assess the damage inflicted by the Russian invasion onto Ukraine. This time we spoke more about recovery, which was the keynote point of our discussion. I'm sure that there will be many more dialogues, such dialogues in the future. So thank you. Until we meet next time. And we heard the first Deputy Minister for Environment, Alexander Krasnoludsky, with final remarks. Thank you for being. Спасибі, що Отже ж, язик без костюму. Чого?